Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 12:27 p.m. Excuse me for just a second. Sorry. It's 12:27 p.m. on 9/22/25. That's a September 22nd, 25, and it's a Monday, and it's 75 degrees out. I woke up today at 8:30. I got up. I went out. I caffeinated. I went and walked for 2 hours for 5 miles. I brought the trash in, and I took care of my family. Did some errands around the house and stuff. Now I'm all set. I've eaten my frozen fruit protein drink concoction for breakfast that I normally do. And I'm here to play some video games. I've got my water, I've got my OBS, I've got my games, and everything's coming up Skycat Live. Hello guys, I'm Skycat Live. Thank you for tuning into my channel today. I've got nothing else to say really other than it's a beautiful day in September. It's about 80 degrees out. I had a really good walk in the sun and stuff. I'm feeling pretty good. Got some good sleep last night. Got some good videos to watch. And yeah. And so with no further ado, I will go on about the business of being a streamer in the modern age and being a content creator. And I will go on about the business. I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Let's get to it. Today I will be playing some Once Human, Eve, and FFXI as per usual. I loaded FFXI, but Once Human killed it immediately. Oh, I should check my sound. Yeah, unmute. Then I want to check my sound levels, sound settings. Mic and sound are good. You know, I'm going to leave my sound settings over here because I constantly use them. Oh, gotta get this camera a little bit better. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, looking good. And you know, it seems like it's tilted a little bit kind of oddly. Yeah, like that might be better. Okay, and there we go. Let's do it. I am getting on the Once Human. Lunar Revelry securement scenario coming soon. New visual scenario. Welcome back. Sunlit Hearth. First week discount. Supports custom dies. Confirm. Enter game. I'm level 47. I think I'm like halfway or something. We will get. We're patched currently. Voyagers is patching. It will be ready to play in a few hours. So I guess we won't be playing any No Man's Sky today, but that's okay. I will go in and do my customary Fallout 76 stuff, and I imagine No Man's Sky will be up when I'm ready to play. Here is Pyro Live with finally some good news. I have no idea what it is. Let's go see. Popular MMO spat. Believe it or not, I'm out of jail and rehab and sober for over 100 days and back in decent shape. Life is pretty. No, it's been 3 months. What are you talking about? Life is looking pretty good, and I have a wonderful girlfriend and supportive friends. If you were in my life in the last few years and haven't heard from me, I was plagued by addiction. You likely didn't really know me. After me release, I started to learn how to function sober.
Now, I do know I talk about a lot of drama on this channel, a lot of negative things, but
I love Fallout. I just love Fallout. I just love it. I don't care. I love Fallout with all my heart and soul. Oh yeah, let's go see if they cracked Borderlands 4 yet. Before I buy, I gotta play. I'm terribly sorry. I don't care what the product is, not even video games. I don't care what it is. Drugs, I don't care what it is. I gotta do I gotta try the product before I buy. I'm terribly sorry. I don't know why any games release without a demo. I don't know why it's legal for them to release without a demo, frankly. It's not gonna be up, huh? Probably for like 3 months or something too. It's insane. This is painful. Why do you do this? It's just painful. Fucking so dumb. People like my red crates. I robbed somebody for 70 mil. Oh no, I bid 2 on this large skill injector. God damn it. Oh well. I'm gonna ask for 32. 4 million on a Grissus shuttle is actually still a really good deal. I could even ask for 36, really. They say the average is 27. I'm gonna raise it to 32 because nobody sells this. This song's so good. It reminds me of old Nobuo Uematsu. I want to modify my buy order and compete with this guy. Yeah, too low, huh? That's fine. 7-1 is okay. 7-1. Yeah, man, This will cost me 60 million, 60, I don't know. Like, is that even worth it? Yeah, it is, because, like, yeah, I do want, because I can make so much money off this. I want to compete, and I want these goddamn shuttles that do. Oh no, I have to leave in my Occam's razor. Yay, shadow weather. Except somebody's already killed this one. Maybe I'll catch invaders. Well, that's cool. I can just jump down and teleport back up. Where am I? Oh. Like, and I don't even have a timer or anything. That's actually so cool. I can just jump down, grab one node, teleport back or whatever. Wait, what? What does that mean? Oh, repair. Oh, that's what these things are? I didn't know. Grafton monster. How am I out of stuff? Damn it. How? Oh. Oh. Why aren't the fucking cops shooting him? The hell was that? Now they're shooting it. Oh, instant. I love it when this game just throws a crazy sandbox thing at you. It happens occasionally like this. It's like I forget that every once in a while there is a mega boss and stuff, you know? This weird fucking Grafton monster. I should probably shoot him. He's killed all the robots here because he one-shots everything. Oh, he one-shot me somehow. That son of a bitch. That son of a bitch. Oh, let's go. I don't want to lose the XP. So here we go. Got his ass, yeah. Took 5 deaths and a bunch of NPCs. You can see he's an actual real boss. He was diseased, parasitic, grafted monster. He didn't drop anything good. He should have. I'm so glad. Look how many robots he fucking killed. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 5 dead robots because he was just fighting robots the entire time. Each time I respawned. I love this game. It is a really good, genuinely like good sandbox, just like Once Human. It has weird, crazy, fucked up, crazy shit happening all the time. Way better than Fallout 4. So much better than any of those single-player games. This is proof of it. You can see it. And while it's wonky, and some people might be like, why did that mega boss spawn right on top of your initial spawn-in at the mall? And you're right. The design is sort of crazy, but I mean, that can happen. There is a nasty spawn right over there outside White Springs where a likely boss is supposed to spawn. It's like right there. It's like a secret. And it's not a well-kept secret either. Like the mall spawn-in is totally free from the moment that you start the game. So Bethesda's solution to people who just run to the mall and use it as a free teleport for the entire map was to put a fucking like a boss spawn on top of the teleport. So if you come in low level and you wander the wrong way, which is like don't go in the mall, it's like if you go in the mall you're fine, but if you go anywhere else, like pretty much anywhere else, like if you go east or west, if the entrance to the mall is north, like as we're looking like at the mall right here, as you teleport in, yeah, like there it is. So so that's east, right? So you teleport in facing east. If you go north, you're gonna have a terrible like dungeon, you know, but that's okay. And there will be zombie aggro pretty much past that light post right there. If you go south, you're gonna get the same. It's also a terrible zombie dungeon. And if you go this direction, you're gonna get a diseased, parasitic, fucking grafted monster. And I actually like that sandbox design. It is kind of cool. I mean, I appreciate it when I come in. I'm like, I love this shit. I love this shit. You saw, and there's like crazy chain gun robots sitting here to prevent any of this other stuff from encroaching on, you know, the hapless, feckless player who's just walking through. And like, you know, and has no like, you know, say or no, like, no, you know, there's no like the player isn't really interested in getting stomped in by a grafted monster, right? So, but I mean, I don't mind it, you know. And it happened to me in Begon the first time we ever played 76 together. An Agua spawned at like level 5. I think he was like level 5. We were like, he was like level 5. Yeah, he was like 5, and I was like 5. And like at level 5, we were like going over to Morgantown, and a fucking Agua, like an Agua came, and we dumped all of the ammo that we had into it. And it was still crazy, and it kicked our asses. It absolutely won. Now, you might not think that's probably terrible design for gamers who've been doing this for 27 years, who have beaten every Fallout and every fucking Starfield and every fucking, you know, whatever, Oblivion or whatever, every Elder Scrolls. But I mean, like, it's kind of funny how the Agua still spawned at level 5 and ate all of our ammo and killed both of us. Now, that's terrible design from a certain standpoint. But it's also like the Sandbox. And no, Bethesda doesn't care if this terrible grafted monster rips you a butthole 15 times. It does, you know, it rips you a new butthole, like tears you a new butthole, 15 times. Bethesda doesn't care about that, because what do you lose? You lose some scrap. So you don't lose scrap. You lose you lose that, like, the scrap the first time you die, but then your shit's just lying on the ground at that point, so you can just go in and die over and over again. Speaking of which, where is my body? Yeah, my actual body should be right here, but I think I recovered. So yeah, at that point, you can just die over and over again. The only cost is durability on your armor, which is expensive, I must say. But other than that, besides the armor durability costs, you can just go in and die on the grafted monster and over again, which is proof that this is one of the best sandboxes that's ever made. Also, right here next to the first, second, I'm sorry, it's like the second or third. I think you can always travel to the Overseer's place too. But there's like 3 places you can travel for free, and the mall is one of them. There's like 5, but yeah. And at the mall, another really cool secret is right from the spawn in to the mall. Just 25 meters this way or whatever. Yeah, like not even like 40 meters this way over here. See this dome? This is the greatest secret in Fallout 76. Believe it or not, it's right here in the most common spawn in the entire game. 30 meters over here. And you might not think it, and most people don't know it. Most people don't know this. I don't know why they don't know it, but this sulfur water fountain cures all diseases, diseases are a terrible issue in this game. They happen all the time. You might not see me deal with it much, because I'm an endgame player who's always had enough, like, you know, diseases. But I like, even when I first started doing my stream, like 4 years ago, when I was playing 76 on stream, I would come back here sometimes 5 or 10 times a day and drink from the sulfur fountain, because you constantly catch diseases in this game. And this is like the most valuable secret as a 76 player that I can impart, is you deal with constant disease throughout the whole game, and being able to just erase. And also on top of it, if you're ever trying to do something hard, like a challenge mode, or you're in custom mode, or high risk or anything like that, this water fountain is free heals with no cost. There's no rads to it or anything like this. And no matter what, you can always teleport to the fucking mall, no matter what. And I've done this before in custom games where it's like I have no mats, no heals, or anything like that. And I come over here to the sulfur water fountain, and I use it to get my health back. Sometimes I even build a base here, because the sulfur water fountain is the greatest secret in Fallout 76. Most people wouldn't know. It's just a fucking water fountain, you know? It's not like it's illustrated. You wouldn't know to go look for it. It's very nondescript. It just blends in. It's not that normal. It doesn't fit the architecture that well, which is how somebody probably found it in the first place. But I mean, any Fallout player who's really played Fallout a lot since Fallout 3, or earlier, one, well, more like 3 really, but one, even before. Heals are very rare and not common, and they're very valuable and still are. So Sulfur Water Fountain, especially on a hard-ass, high difficulty custom mode with proc spawn and stuff like that, the Sulfur Water Fountain is a good way to warp back to a base that you build, like right here. And you just warp back, you come over here, you get your health back, and you get your disease gone every single time you warp in. Eventually, in custom mode, I just stopped making crafting cost anything, so I could just go make a dick doll or disease cures, or just, I can just at that point, who cares? It's custom mode or whatever. But if you're actually playing the game under the Bethesda Fallout rules and you're building a character for the first time, that water fountain, is a really, really big boon. It always fills your health bar completely full. It always gets you out of diseases, and it's, very easy to get to from the beginning of the game. And that, that makes it so no matter what, even if you're out of stim packs, you can always go get healed. And yeah, and I love this little spawn right here because, to the north is a zombie dungeon. To the south is a zombie dungeon. To the west is the Grafton monster spawn, or some kind of agua, or usually it's a Deathclaw. It's like a Deathclaw spawn, but I mean it's all the game's bosses. It's a random roll on what boss it could be, but it could be an agua, it could be anything terrible. Could be a giant cave troll. I've only ever seen like those twice. There was a mob I saw at the pylon the other day that I still hadn't seen after 5 years or something like that. And that's why this sandbox is so cool. Is the mobs absolutely are really, really fucking rare. You would have to go data mine them to even know they existed. That's how you know the mark of a real and genuinely good sandbox, with a real beachery with, thousands of different mobs and monsters and stuff. And 76 has this terrible coat of paint on it. These flowers are ugly, the grass is ugly, the graphics are ugly, the cars are ugly, the buildings are ugly, everything's ugly. The trees are ugly, the sky is fairly ugly. It's not the worst sky I've seen in an online service game, but it's fairly ugly. The only good thing about this game is, in terms of its graphics, is the color. They use a lot of really good color palettes and stuff. But other than that, and there is some good whimsy here, good whimsy in her backpack and stuff like that. But there's not really totally good graphics here, because it is this crazy big sandbox with the depth of a No Man's Sky. I've been playing for 5 years and I still haven't discovered even half the places. You notice these huge, wide open sways on the map that have nothing, like Central Mountain Lookout. I've never been there. Let's just go there. I fucking love Pleasant Valley Station, so let's do the run from Pleasant Valley Station to Central Mountain Lookout, because I've never done that before in 5 years. Now I have most of the achievements in this game, I don't know, probably at least 50% something. And having never been to the center of the map before, it's just kind of crazy. But I mean, it is that big of a game. And wow, after 13 years, I think there's probably horde places I haven't been, horde side ZG and stuff like this or whatever. But overall, I think I still know the whole game really, really well. So this game, I don't think you ever really truly could. It's so fucking big and so much content that it was designed to keep an entire generation of a couple of generations of Fallout players busy, while they knew they were going to make take 5 or 10 years to make both Starfield and Fallout 5. So Todd endeavored to make 76 this big, meaty core of content that just keeps going if you appreciate Fallout content at all. Because I don't really see the difference between this and Fallout 3. The camera's about the same. The loot's about the same. The shitty combat's a bit better in this one. Definitely faster, Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting some kind of... Oh. Combat's a lot better in this one, as you can see, and it's only gotten better. But yeah, when I think about how much... Okay, so this crazy Red Needle place is not only a town, but the second layer of it is a dungeon, and up there is a town. And down here in Pleasant Valley, it's like a ski resort. And if you have never been here before, as an outsider looking through my eyes, it just looks like a monument. But I mean, to explore this whole place would be 5 hours. Now, I've done it several times, so I know that Pleasant Valley is this huge hotel with a ton of crazy rooms and Fallout content, stuff like cans on chimes and, you know, crazy fucking shit all around, and tons of zombies, or maybe they're scorched. I can't ghouls. I can't remember what form of zombie they are, but they're scorched. Scorched believers aren't a joke. They are a joke to kill if I'm this powerful, but they're not jokes. In terms of mobs in the game, they're not jokes. They actually do kill you and hurt. You know, they take a lot of hits. But yeah, so, yeah, no, like, as you see me just wander around, the Fallout content's obvious. You know, trading posts, you realize, oh my god, it's one of the few vendors in the whole game. You know, there's only like 20 of them or something. So you're like, oh my god, when I discovered this vendor, I was like, no shot, there's a vendor here. I had fucking no idea, but when I realized it, I was like, wow, vendor bought resin, huh? I forgot this guy was here, but I mean, like, I knew he was here. Ooh, bulk ballistic fiber, I mean, how much? 2,000 caps, I don't think so. Chainsaw flamer. What do you mean chainsaw flamer? Chainsaw longbow bar. What, chainsaw longbow? Wait, there's a longbow bar. What the hell is a longbow bar? Chainsaw flamer. Wait, what do you mean chainsaw flamer? What does that mean? Okay, I don't know. I should go back to my base. Yeah, get out of here before I die. Get out of this thing. Out, out, out. Get out of it. Get out of it. Ah, you fucking asshole. Fine. You piece of shit developer. Getting out of the car, your car door, is so goddamn jackass that you jacked me out of a fucking life, you piece of shit thief. Suck my dick. Which is why I shouldn't spend money on your game. I know I shouldn't. Because you'll just treat me like that. They always do. This stupid shadow monster is impervious. I don't know what to do about him either. Just leave, just leave. I don't want to tangle with him. There was a time when I believed that melee was super good in this game because producing ammo is actually time intensive and luck, and you have to get lucky at it, and you have to compete to get the lead and stuff. You have to compete with other people on the server. So for a while there, I thought melee was the superior build, but finding the right two-hand sword wasn't that easy. So I actually came through here the first time looking for a ski blade because I was going to mod a ski blade, and that's how I ended up discovering that this vendor existed. And when you think about how much, Fallout lore and content that actually is, it's actually pretty crazy. It was like in a darker time in 76 when it was way harder to get ammo and stuff. Like, I came here looking for, some way to get like a better melee weapon, which is how I discovered that this bot existed. But I doubt I ever would have known he existed, Now, I don't want to sell those things. No, I want to just scrap all this. That's fine. So we came in here, and I did want to get caught up in the Pleasant Valley ski resort, which I've been to many times. I used to live by this place. I like this place, but it has a lot of Fallout content. I'm gonna avoid the house because it can just suck you in for a while you just wander around the rooms and stuff. We're going northeast today to someplace due east today to someplace I've never been before, just to do that content. I've never been to this lookout, so we're gonna go do this lookout. It's weird because I pride myself on being like a really good 76 player, probably one of the few streamers still left doing it, And, so I know a lot about this game, but I mean, I know that I could spend another 5 years and still not see it all. And, and I don't really, and I think AI is how they got this. I think they had AI do all of these crazy monuments. They let AI run wild. I mean, that's what they did with Starfield too. They just let AI build a whole lot of content for them in the creation engine, and they reserved that tech for themselves. And so and what the AI comes up with, you can even tell it to be like, model it after Appalachia in the real world, and the AI is like, oh yeah, sure, that's an interesting concept, sure. Do you want like cracked streets and stuff like this? Is it that far into the nuclear future where the roads are cracked and fucked up? And Todd's like, yes, I do want that. Or not Todd, it would have been Nate Perkypile. It's like Nate Perkypile. He would have been like, yes, I do want that AI. And so the AI comes back and it's like, how's this look for cracked roads? And Nate Perkypile's like, that's good, we'll do it. That's how we got these crappy looking, weird, low res roads and stuff, because it is AI. I think some of the art is human, but the concept is AI. This was a cool road approach I've never done before. See how cool in Fallout it feels? Like I'm on an open tarmac, which is scary in a gun game because you're like, anything could shoot me right now. What's gonna pop? Is it from up there? And the game does throw Sandbox mobs at you like that. It's not theme park design. You can hear if somebody's firing because the mobs are kind of they're not procedurally generated random, but they are placed so scattered by the AI all over the world that like, you know, you might just stumble on a zombie on the road, you know, you might actually just be there. Yep, there he is. See, there's a Blood Eagle Bruiser and a Blood Eagle Lookout here. Apparently it's a Blood Eagle Lookout. The hitboxes have never been that good. See, the hitbox for the body has never been that good. It's not that good for Rust either. Nice. Oh, it's 104. Can I catch the, Did I get the teleport for this place? I did. I want to go catch the invaders before it kicks me out. Take me to it. Yeah, I wasn't even in combat. Look. Yeah. Oh, it's Shadow and I'm ignoring it. No, I want to go look at the Dark Elemental. Go. I should have been killing Shadow Elementals. 748. Please tell me somebody's been doing this one. Damn it. Well, I'll try and catch the repop. I want to take this one. This is my spot. Fuck you guys. Pull out a sheep. On the hour they're starting to adopt the ethos of keep you busy, so they're like trying to run content that pops on the hour every hour. So for like 15 minutes of every hour, you can just go do this. And it gives you the best loot in the game. And anybody can do it any level. Even level 5. You'll die a lot, but you can still do it and get a huge amount of XP. This is like a raid, public raid, LFR, basically. This is like the end game LFR, the current LFR. Invaders from Beyond, it pops every hour. It's a really easy, fast way to level. Some people just do this, and they reach like level 10,000 really, really fast. Fuck, I broke my gauntlet. God damn it. He's like resisting some of these melee hits. It's crazy. He has like some kind of resist thing on his armor. They like resist 1/4 of all hits or something. Fucking crazy. Move to Siphon Zeta. I've not done this one before. These are like roided. Ah, we got it. I didn't join a team and I should have. This was good XP and credit and daily stuff. Yeah, I should probably do 2 or 3 of these a day, because it'll really it'll churn me right through my dailies like and weeklies pretty well. I need a jetpack now, but I don't think I have. I need to go sell gold and stuff. Hazmat suit pink, not bad. Although I think I already have that one though. That's okay. So, all right. Let's go look at what the weeklies are or dailies are. Eat a cake, pie, or candy 10 times. That's easy enough. We have candy. Build a floor wall. Build a turret or trap in a shelter in free cam. Build a turret or a trap in a workshop or cam. In a shelter. Build a floor, wall, or roof in a shelter in free cam. Okay. We can do that one. Weekly, build anything to workshop or camp, collect any flavor Nuka-Cola, collect daily operations on a public team. I don't want to do that one. We're going to free reroll. Collect scrap junk to produce cloth. I can probably do that right now. Destroy a robot, good. Drink Nuka-Cola cranberries, no good. Drink Nuka. I want to do a free roll on that one too. Scrap a pipe gun, sure. Yeah, cool. Let's work on this a little bit more and then level up 5 more times for a perk pack. Explore Appalachia for 7,600 hours. Kill a snallygaster. We're gonna go work on dailies and weeklies in 76 since No Man's Sky is down. Gonna eat something here. I want to rearrange my bar. Gonna go cook. No, don't fall. Don't fall. Ah. This game in very high is definitely lagging a little, or sorry, definitely like frame rates are a little stuttery. Yeah, like something like that. Yeah, a bit too high. I think I'm gonna drop it down. Yeah, very high is a bit steep. There, better. That's the latency I'm looking for. Medium's better for all these clients open. And the game still looks fucking amazing. It still looks really good. It's starting to look bad to me from when I first started playing it. When I first started playing it, I was like, oh my god, it's the most beautiful game I've ever played. But now it's just like sort of looks like Once Human to me, and now I'm, you know, as we progress, but it still looks so good to me. Okay, I'm gonna go cooking. That's cool. So I can like cook overnight, and then I can pick the stuff up in the morning, and I don't get timers on the food. Ooh, 25 fruit tea, not bad. Sanity corrosion capsule. Oh yeah, I can make some money off that. Yeah, make some money off that. Fruit soda. I love this game. I really do. I love this game. I like all these games. I'm having so much fun. Okay, so we'll go back to challenges to daily. Eat a cake, pie, or candy. 10 candies. So we'll go do that. Like, I can't get to my camp, so I'm gonna leave the world. Yeah, this isn't the best server either. You can tell because there's no parties. Oh, I switched to Ice, did it? Damn. Oh well. Nope, no Borderlands 4. I've been checking every day. Randy really doesn't want them like torrenting this game. It's kind of funny. He's like, don't kill my game. I wish it was on Xbox Games Pass, Randy. You're fucking stupid. Why wouldn't it be? You're dumb.
For once, as a break, I would like to talk about some actually good news regarding a YouTuber. I know for a fact if I was uploading this onto TikTok or Instagram Reels, you would instantly scroll. You may also notice as well, I finally got my standing desk to work, mostly because all the cables that I bought for the PC and the monitors were way too short. So now we're stood up, so the videos will have exactly 2% more energy. I'm also recording this at 1 in the morning.
Toe
I hope I
today.
don't get any noise complaints.
It hurts.
There's no windows there, but like, I think there's a neighbor like right next door to me. I guess some old woman scratching my ass. Now, I'm assuming you all know who Popular MMOs is. This guy, back in the day, was a YouTube juggernaut. He's also known as Pat. He was a Minecraft YouTuber, not the lockdown era of Minecraft YouTubers. You know, a lot of people have different names for it. The Forgotten era, the Dream SMP era. I call it the Wholesome Chungus era. Some people have also dubbed it the Badly Aged era, but I'll leave that up to you to decide. But again, Popular MMOs is
There, 12 out of 30
OG.
for
I mean, one of his first videos posted was all the way back in 2012.
Hey everyone, this is Pat from PopularMMOs.com, and we're going to take a first look at RuneScape, one of the most popular MMORPGs that you could even play in your browser.
Which, by the way, is the exact same year where Far Cry 3 came out. Now, a lot of his content was focused on playing Minecraft mods because that was a huge thing. Again, Minecraft seems to be this game that never dies. It just goes through waves. A lot of people will say, oh, Fortnite, oh, no one's playing the Battle Royale mode, it's dead. But it's obviously just trying to, at the minute, transform into being the next Roblox platform. But for the most part, Minecraft has stayed consistent to the point that they rarely add new things unless it's been half a decade. I mean, I'm an old head. I'm nearly 30, which is terrifying. In online terms, that's 300 years old.
But back in my day, when I had my walking cane...
I mean, you had the Yogscast with the Shadow of Israfil, I think it was called, series that they never finished, unlucky. But a little bit later as well, or around the same time, you also had Popular MMOs that would review specific Minecraft mods that were really popular. Again, Minecraft is a game that always comes full circle, because the biggest trend at the minute with Minecraft seems to be reviewing horror mods. Horror mods that are about 2% actual content and 98% just scary jump scares. Oh my... What? But that's not fair. Also, a little bit off topic. Have you seen that Minecraft horror mod that, like, I've seen so many shorts of at the minute? And it's basically just like Microsoft Sam, one of the first text-to-speech softwares made by Microsoft. And it's basically just like doing this scary countdown that it's going to find you.
He said, I know you're not sleeping.
You have 10 seconds before I find you. I can't do a good Microsoft Sam voice. I really wish I could. He also did these things that were called like Lucky Block openings, and for pretty much all of his videos, he was joined regularly by his now ex-wife, Jen. The two got married back in 2015, then unfortunately got divorced in 2019. And the thing that's happened with Popular MMO is ever since that divorce, it seems, unfortunately, he's been on a really bad spiral. No, I get it. I'm talking about a lot of negative things that are divorced. There's going to be some charges, and you're thinking, wait a minute, isn't the video meant to be good news? Parasinical. I'm madly depressed. Why are you telling me about like all these horrible things? Well, I have to tell you the
Minecraft didn't last.
Why it's a good thing. Wait, that sounds like I'm actually condoning the actions.
It's still popular, but it didn't last.
It thankfully does have a happy conclusion. So, unfortunately, in May 2021, Matt was actually arrested for domestic abuse and also causing bodily harm to his then girlfriend at the time, Liz.
Because they're all on drugs.
A bit murky, but both Pat, Popular MMO, and Liz both gave like incredibly conflicting statements. But we do know in that situation, Pat pled not guilty and the charges were actually dropped. And then he actually came out on Twitter putting out this statement saying, you know, to not believe everything that you hear online. Wait a minute. Are you telling me people can lie on the internet? No. I don't believe that.
You really think someone would do that?
If I see on the news they're announcing that the PS6 or the Xbox 720, God, I still remember the shitty 3D images of those, I will believe it. But unfortunately for Pat, like any Dark Souls invader, he was indicted and brought in for a second round because in May 2022, he was arrested again for assault with a deadly weapon, but without the intent to kill. Now, reportedly, Pat actually slashed Liz's tires to stop her from drinking and driving. I'm assuming because now on short form content, you see anyone consume a dangerous amount of alcohol, the top comment is, get that man his car keys. He needs to go for a drive. Now, I know I've told this story a couple of times. I got my license when I was 18, like I passed, but like I never actually drove a car. I am probably more dangerous on the road than an intoxicated person. Like, I get it, you get drunk, you got that bravado, you think you're Ryan Gosling from Drive. But again, even though you're drunk, you probably still know how to operate a car. You can literally put me inside a Tesla, like an automatic car, I would still totally wreck it. Like, I learned how to drive on a manual. You put me in an automatic, there's no gear stick, it does it all for you. I would still crash the car so badly, it would look like a creation from Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. She then apparently locked him outside the house in retaliation, and when she eventually let him back in, he chased her while holding the knife, hence the charge. Now, again, Pat pled not guilty to these charges, and they were dropped. But
Cocaine.
again, like any red soap
Cocaine.
invader, third time's the charm, I guess.
What was that?
Because in November 2022, Pat was arrested for criminal conspiracy and a breach of peace. Now, Pat has had a lot of charges that a lot of people have talked about, they've covered. This, by far, was probably the most viral one on the internet. Now, criminal conspiracy sounds like a really heavy charge, and it also sounds very vague. I mean, are you planning to rob a bank, or are you planning to steal a stick of gum from a 7-Eleven? By the way, to anyone in the UK, you wouldn't get the joke. I just moved to Australia. They're everywhere here, and they're everywhere in most countries, just not the UK for some reason. Apparently, 7-Eleven tried to set up in the UK. They got absolutely mogged by Tesco, and they basically quit. There's a Tesco in Japan as well. There's like one. Is there a crackhead outside right now? Actually, better not be too loud. Can't be too loud after a certain time here, apparently. But the actual charge, which you might start to remember now, is when one of his friends broke into a pitch at an NFL game. And he did all of this, for some reason, while he was absolutely covered in oil.
According to the police report, Ethan Davies jumped over a barrier onto the field carrying a football. It also says he was covered in some sort of oil substance. The report says 2 people who were with Davies were spotted trying to run toward the field. They were stopped, though, before they made it on.
But again, thankfully, Pat was able to escape the long arm of the law because no one actually had any criminal charges. It was basically him and his friends that organised it. They just got lifetime bans. Who is that? Oh, yeah, crackhead. It's literally on the same street. I had the Five Nights at Freddy's chase as well when I was out walking. I actually can't walk out here at night. I have to do my 10K walk at like 7 p.m. I can't do it any later. After 11 p.m., scary people come out. It's so weird, like when I do my walks out here, if I do them early enough, the crackheads start to spawn in, but they've got so much lag because they're on a fence or whatever that they don't even realise they're alive. But then like when it hits like midnight, like the witching hour, it's like the drug is actually detoxed out of their body and they become awake and they're angry that they're not on drugs. So then they start chasing you. I swear, because I've actually got more energy because I'm stood up, people are just going to be like, is he on coke? I am on cocaine. It's called ADHD. But the incident with Pat, which was the most infamous, the one that everyone talked about it, I talked about it, the Jesus man who gets more views than I ever will, talked about it. This is worse than the time Charlie Sheen did so much cocaine his nose bled. His dress sense is worse than Hugh Hefner, and that guy wore a dressing gown all the time. Now excuse me while I stream a game and say holy every 5 minutes.
Dark zone discovered. Holy. Okay, it's really hard. Holy. Yep, I don't know if I have the damage to kill this guy. Holy. Man, a lot of goodies here. Holy. Man, my stealth is so clean right now. Holy.
But the main
Holy. Wow.
reason why this... That guy wore a dressing gown all the time. Now excuse me while I stream a game and say holy every 5 minutes.
Dark zone discovered. Holy. Okay, it's really hard. Holy. Yep, I don't know if I have the damage to kill this guy. Holy. Man, a lot of goodies here. Holy. Man, my stealth is so clean right now. Holy.
But the main reason why this
Holy.
particular arrest went so viral is because even though the body cam footage says November 2024, Explore With Us, a crime channel, which is basically what you watch if JCS hasn't uploaded. You know the ones that stick their watermark everywhere? Like it's the DVD, it's the DVD, fuck. Yeah. You know that channel where they stick like one static watermark and then another watermark like that moves like the DVD when your TV goes to sleep? That channel, they actually only recently in the past couple of months managed to grab the body cam footage and upload it. Basically, he was lying drunk in the street. He was in a terrible state, and then police came over to do like a welfare check on him because he was asleep in a suburban neighborhood. Keep in mind, by the way, that they only did a welfare check because he was in a suburban neighborhood. Oh yeah, down the street there's like 50 homeless people. They're not very well dressed though, so you know what, we'll ignore them. Like the police cruiser when they're going to drive to like check on Pat, they just see like 50 homeless people. They're doing like the reverse vent folds. Like, can I do it? Hang on, I'm gonna try something. Oh, it's probably fine. Probably fine. Right, let me move the mic and do that. One of the police found a lot of weed, a lot of fireball on him, and this is the time where he did actually plead guilty to the assault because the police tried to arrest him. He tried to, get into a bit of an altercation with them, and his punishment for this would be 100 hours of community service, which, for you internet people that don't leave the house, it's basically being an unpaid Discord mod or an unpaid Reddit mod for 100 hours. But your username is completely anonymous, so you don't get any of the ego that comes with that. And also on top of that as well, he got a 12-month probation period. And another thing which is just really brutal, he needed to actually donate $1,000 to the police memorial fund. And again, I've talked about this footage before. If you go over it, the cops are just complete assholes to the guy. You can tell from his condition, him being plastered, that's not normal. If you're lying in the middle of the street, plastered, and you don't remember how you got there, no one is there around you. This isn't like a house party where you had too much to drink. This is someone that is obviously like very depressed, probably going through mental health issues, and the police don't even deal with it in like a neutral way. They're just mocking the guy like, oh, get a load of this YouTuber. He fell off, right? You know those Sunny videos where they do the downfalls of YouTubers? It's like that, but in real life.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
Yeah, when I was
What was the YouTube channel about?
video games.
That's YouTube boy off Commissioner Drive. You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube boy. He's the one who ran through the gate again. Yeah, again. He's a Minecraft man.
I mean, Pat as well, even though he was drunk, he was saying some like pretty worrying stuff, saying, he was like tired of it all, indicating some possibly pretty serious stuff that he's been doing this for a while. And if you've seen earlier pictures of Pat as well, the guy was in absolute like 10 out of 10 shape. Okay, all right, I know you're going to say, oh, well, no, he's actually got a pretty average build. He's not even taking the APG1 hormone. And for anyone that's thinking that in the comment section, you have been absolutely mind-broken, brainwashed by social media, because if you don't have like the chiseled jawline, apparently it's over for you. I'm going to refer to this comment that I found that I think is hilarious, and I think that should apply to most people that promote this kind of like looks maxing thing. Now, I would like to correct people here. I don't find it funny because he said the N-word. I'm actually going to censor that out. I find it funny because he said, you just blasted test. And got surgery, and then it's just like the broken heart. I love that. I like how the broken heart emoji and the water flower emoji, they are like the top two emojis right now. He's probably taking more tests than like the assault class in the Battlefield beta, the new one that's like using the stim every 5 seconds to get his health back. Anyway, that was a bit of a side quest, a bit of a rant there, but the point I'm trying to make is he was in pretty good shape. In this video, he's not in good shape. He's obviously overweight. He's obviously lost a lot of the muscle. He's got a bit of a belly on him, which is most likely came from drinking that or smoking weed and then giving into the munchies, but I'll leave that up to you. I've noticed, by the way, in like the weightlifting world, the epidemic of people that just say how alcohol is terrible and then they just smoke weed instead. Oh, bro, it's not alcohol, but no calories. So it's really obvious for Pat. It's a very sad situation. I'm not going to make any memes about it. He's been involved in a lot of arrests, a lot of charges. Most of them didn't stick, but it still obviously stuck with him. And I feel what a lot of content creators do when they suffer or struggle with something, they can't really put it out onto their audience, so no one really knows about it, so they kind of internalize it. And unfortunately, it seems that that is exactly what he was doing. His upload schedule basically just stopped completely. He didn't really post any more updates. And then the last thing people saw was him just being basically a crash out. And I think as well, one thing that's really sad, if you're talking like someone that is like manically depressed, and then also on top of that, your body cam footage is uploaded and monetized for millions of people to see, that for a lot of people would probably push them over the edge to never come back into the content game ever again, or to maybe even do something worse. Well, I gave all the lore, all the context. I padded the video out as long as I can to get as much ad revenue out of you as possible, even though you're probably using ad block. Scumbag, even though I do it. But Pat, popular MMOs, after a very, very, very long hiatus from the internet, he has actually came back and made a post. Now, this post, thankfully, is just completely hope-pilled. He's basically saying he's back on track, he's now out of jail, he's also out of rehab, and when he made the post, he was exactly 100 days sober. And I think with anyone that's trying to quit alcohol or weed, that is a huge achievement considering how easily accessible those two drugs are. And also on top of that as well, he's saying that he's, gotten back into a shape that he's happy with. And with the picture, he looks great. The guy looks healthy. He is completely rebounded. He's obviously going to the gym. He's on that grind. And I
Hells yeah, me too, bitch. Lost 160 pounds. Oh, yeah.
The gym is not like a hobby or able to get
Sorry, I
a
didn't mean to bump my
dopamine
mic.
or endorphins or whatever buzzword chemical. I think it literally is
Fuck
like
you
a
up, bitch.
necessity. You need it because a lot of YouTubers, a lot of creators, you're kind of just sat on your ass the whole day. It's kind of like an office job. But,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
is.
Go home.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in the office. I'm still stuck in the office. It's been 2 months. But yeah, basically, you need that kind of outlet to, you know, have some kind of like
Yeah,
physical
for me, I
exertion.
realize this: come sun, come rain, come snow, it doesn't matter. I need to walk 5 miles a day. I have a whole ritual now. I download like 20 videos. Sometimes I get through them, sometimes I don't. Oh, sorry. Hold on just
I mean,
a
a
second.
lot of people, they kind of
Stop.
stream a lot on.
Why are we doing this? Stop this now. Oh, I guess feral ghoul rumors, huh? Nice. So I made some caps just now. Nice, 6,600. I go back to the old Thunderbot machine and put 6 more. Let's see. We have here a Zealot's short assault rifle for $5.95. And yeah. Oh, I got plans. I'm gonna put plans up. Yeah, I'm just gonna move this. Oh, Twitch, yes. Oh, did I get something? Notification? It's something extra music, expendable balance. Nice. Okay. Watching now. Watching content. Not bad, not bad. Yeah.
On camera, they soy face. They do the. You know, but obviously, you know, you can't compare that to like cardio, weights. I saw one guy on TikTok and he was saying the only workout you need is the One Punch Man method, which I think was like 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and then you go on a 10K run every day. Yeah, enjoy that workout.
100 push-ups, 100 squats. 100 push-ups would be what? Probably like 10 minutes or something. Yeah, but he's right though. You could nail it down to like 100 push-ups and 100 squats, and you would have really good muscle tone. You wouldn't even need to go to the gym, really. But yeah, I mean, but then you can probably once you do that, once you do 10 push-ups and 100 push-ups, 100 squats every day, you can probably go run a 10K probably eventually. Yeah.
And enjoy eating your steak and avocado off a wooden cutting board, idiot. You also mentions as well, which is like some really.
Yeah, I feel like you
news.
can
He's
eat
been
whatever
working
you
on his
want
anxiety.
if
He's
you
got a
really are
girlfriend, and he actually now has
exercising
a
like
good group of friends, which is also definitely one of the
like your body mass index improves almost always if you put out like 800 or 1,000 calories a day or so in exercise. Or is it carbs? I forget. Is it carbs or calories? Calories, I think. Yeah. So if you're burning 7,000 a week, it doesn't matter what you eat. I mean, if you eat ice cream all day and all night long, you're gonna get fat. But like you still won't be like morbidly obese because you're still exercising the entire time. So like you can't, it's not that you can eat whatever you want, but you can eat whatever you want without worrying. You know, you probably don't have to worry as long as you eat like a normal person. Like how I do it is I eat like 2 meals a day, one around like, 11 or 12, and then one around 7. Or maybe 3, and then late at night I might have like another. So it's 2 to 3 meals a day. Most days it's 2. And by meal in the evening I mean like a snack, not like a full meal at all. And so yeah, usually and so I've cut down like a meal per day. I walk for 2 hours, but I could probably reduce that, honestly. I could probably reduce the walk to like an hour, which I would like to do because it's frankly boring. I could probably reduce the walk to an hour, pull 3 miles, and then do 100 squats and 100 push-ups, and probably that is actually a better use of my time. Spend 10 minutes doing like push-ups and 10 minutes doing squats. It is fucking hard. I don't have the discipline to do push-ups. I don't know. Maybe I should like look on YouTube about how to get the discipline to do push-ups. Like tips for doing push-ups, right? Because I don't like, I've got a bad left arm, so push-ups might actually be a really bad idea for me. But the squats, and I could do 100 squats and 100 what do they call, sit-ups or crunches. If I did 100 crunches and 3 miles a day, I would be in perfect shape the rest of my life, and I could eat whatever I wanted. You can't drink whatever you want. I've noticed alcohol does bring you down, and it makes it harder to exercise.
Best way.
You can eat whatever you want within reason, you know, like you can eat 2 to 3 meals, like of huge portion meals, like every day, if you are actively working out every single day. And I've come to understand it as like a cost. Like if you want to eat at all, you need to exercise, because if you don't have it going out of your body, it just stacks up till you're fat.
To actually maintain some kind of routine, having a good friend group that can actually support you, look out for you. And also, as well, it's probably harder than ever to form those connections ever since COVID, and the fact that Gen Z is basically the most isolated generation by far and has the most skyrocketing rates of mental health issues. I get it. There's a lot of variables. There is no quick fix. But I mean, a good example here is like, I've been streaming sometimes, and I've had some people that have donated, you know, $10 or so, and they said like, hey bro, I've had like this addiction for a while, not going to specify what, you know, I've been sober for X amount of days, and watching your streams has actually gave me some kind of distraction. And that's great. Like, I love that. Even though I haven't done anything, you've done
you can make
yourself.
YouTube into a drug.
I mean, sometimes,
but it's not very healthy.
Really is a distraction. Now, I thought one way to end this video would be to give you something that you can apply to yourself. So I'm going to give a study that I stole from the internet. So there's this thing called Rat Park, which was a study that was done all the way back in the 1970s. If you've seen it on IG Reels or TikTok, shut up, okay? Just let me yap about it for a bit, all right? Like, I know the people that know this study already are going to be like, when did that good thing happen? I don't need Coke. What? I mean, that basically is the entire study. But anyways, basically, they kept a bunch of rats in cages. There were 2 drop dispensers. One of them had water. The second one was, again, water, but it was infused with morphine. So basically, sparkling water. Now, what happened is what you can expect. All the rats got hooked on the morphine, and they didn't really want to touch the water. Now, you think the entire study is, wait, drugs good? That's not the point I'm trying to make.
Drugs
the rats
good?
were basically just in a cage with morphine, and that's it. They have nothing to do. The space was small. They didn't have any kind of outlet, so they turned to the drug. But then they redid the experiment. They gave the rats 200 times the size of the original cage, and they added like a bunch of things they could play with, a bunch of toys. But, which was most importantly, they also included other rats in that cage. So it wasn't just a single rat on its own getting hooked on drugs. It was able to kind of socialize, interact, play around with a bunch of stuff. And because of that, overall, the majority of the rats actually preferred just the normal water to the morphine. Now, I know there was a lot of people that criticized this study. A lot of it was inconclusive, but the main finding was, if the rats had like a social outlet, they were less likely to turn to drug abuse. You could also look at it as, we tortured animals for 100 days straight with morphine, and they didn't like it very much. Well, they did like it, but a lot of them died. Now, I know I've massively oversimplified people that suffer with addictions. You know, it's like, just talk to someone, bro. Like, just open up Discord. Oh, it's so easy, bro. Then you won't be addicted. You know, some people suffer with different mental health conditions. Sometimes it can be trauma. It can be something lifelong that they will need constant rehabilitation for, or a support network. But as Pat has even said in this Instagram post himself, because he has found a network of people to communicate with, and he's had a focus, which is the gym, he's been able to actually fight off his addiction or his problem for 100 days. So that is really commendable.
Okay, guys, 3rd time making a TikTok. I literally am not losing access this time. I've been sober 100 days. Some of you guys know I've had some issues with alcohol and drugs. I'm actually sober. Life's looking pretty good. Figured I'd try again on TikTok. Not losing access. I swear to God, it took me 3 hours to come up with this name. All I removed was the S. I wanted it to at least be searchable or something. I have no idea what I'm doing. I barely can use a phone.
And I tried to record this first. There's chocolate on my face. I'm like, now I actually have to look at myself before I record something, and I still can't hold this straight. But yeah, I thought that was nice. You know, it is now 2 in the morning. I'm going to go to bed, and because the time zones are so cooked, this will probably come out at like 10 p.m. UK time. So all of you UK losers and Amerifats can watch it, because apparently you're the 2 biggest audiences. And then it's Canada for some reason. It used to be Australia, but Canada, I don't know who watches me in Canada. Cringe. Aren't those the guys from South Park that have the flappy mouths? Yeah, anyways, just thought I'd make a video talking about some good news for once. How does Critical in his videos? Holy.
I like Pyro. I'm glad that he came up and filled the spot that a bunch of them left
Today,
with
I just
being
want
like
to talk
right-winger toxic, you know. I feel like Charlie was right-winger toxic when he pulled out his machine weapon and threatened to shoot somebody. I think Asmongold went right-wing and spoke out against fucking like Islam, and like they've all been irresponsible right-wingers, and it's good to see somebody who isn't like that.
See, the thing about covering an ongoing case like this is that even with alleged messages, screenshots, and photographic evidence, we might have an idea what happened, but exactly how it happened is something we don't know yet. So I've divided this video into 3 parts, based on the potential evidence that was given: the Discord evidence, the boyfriend theory, and distance and location. So I'll start with that. People have tried to make a connection between David and this man. This guy will come back later when he is allegedly pointed out in David's Discord chat. But this picture is supposedly near the home of Celeste Rivas. Now, she was reported missing out of Lake Elsinore, California. TMZ, who states they've been in contact with the family, say this picture was taken less than a mile from her house. But how can you verify that? Well, here's what I did. So this picture doesn't appear to be in Hollywood or the middle of Los Angeles. It honestly looks like a small town or village somewhere in California. Somewhere like Lakeland Village. It's a small village on the western side of the actual lake, as well as the town of Lake Elsinore. The man claiming to have been her middle school teacher said that at the time he was teaching at Lakeland Village Middle School. And if this picture is from her hometown, then these will probably be the Elsinore Mountains, which are on the same side of the lake as Lakeland Village. When I first saw this picture, I thought, who took this? But there was another picture attached to this one that I can't find anymore, where David is seen getting out of a black car, seemingly at the same location. So that let me know that whoever he was meeting here, they just either took pictures or recorded him the entire time. As for this girl, I'm not sure if this is Celeste, or if it's just some other girl that David was meeting here. I've seen people allege that he was only here to bribe these kids into silence. But whether that's true or not, I don't think Celeste took this picture. So this must have been some random kid taking photographic evidence. And I've seen the teacher's video and the post of a woman claiming to be her cousin, and they both allege that Celeste had run away multiple times. The teacher specifically states that one time she ran away, she ended up being caught in Hollywood. Now, the house that David was staying in that the police searched for evidence is in the Hollywood Hills, which of course is the neighborhood in the hills overlooking Hollywood. This area is nearly 80 miles from where Celeste was living. To be found once in Hollywood after running away, only to be found there again, dead, all within a year, is a hell of a coincidence. I wondered why it was so hard to find information about her while she was missing, but then I realized that since she's from Riverside, the 4th largest county in California by population, that county also has the 4th highest number of runaways in 2024, the year Celeste went missing. And with the 4,337 runaway cases all being resolved except for 18 of them, the police probably suspected that she'd be back, especially if she'd done this before. Celeste was reported missing in April of 2024, and if you go on the Google Street View of the house police searched in LA, it captures a black Tesla, possibly the same one the body was in, at the house in May 2024, just 1 month after she went missing. And all of this leads into the boyfriend theory. Of course, it was reported that the medical examiner found a tattoo on the girl's finger. And while news widely reports the tattoo saying one thing, I ended up finding another. So I'm assuming that a teenage girl on the run with her older boyfriend would probably have multiple social media accounts. On these screenshots, there is an account responding to someone calling David attractive by saying too bad and showing a ring on their finger. This hand also appears to have a tattoo on the finger, Although I can't quite make out what it says, it looks like it says the name David. And of all the videos and pictures they've been captured on, these screenshots put 2 and 2 together. Because this same account posts a picture of David over her shoulder, which he reposts and replies to in this live stream, where David is seemingly in a kitchen with a girl who is clearly trying to disguise her face. But from the side, she does appear similar to Celeste.
Really good. It's been a good one. Bye. Bye, guys. Mwah, mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
And with most of the footage of them together being grainy or uncertain, this live and the video of the girl backstage with David is some of the clearest. But somebody knew what was going on. According to NBC LA, the girl's brother states that not only did he know his sister knew David, but that she only went missing after going to see a movie with him.
Matthew Rivas said when she went missing, she was on her way to see a movie with him, but never returned.
And he also states that she's been picked up by him in that same black Tesla before. But the icing on the cake is the Discord. There are screen recordings of a moderator in David's Discord joking in the chat about being a missing person, saying she was 13 years old, and also claiming that David is her best friend. And it's from this recording that we get a closer view of that tattoo. And it definitely says David, although this tattoo is different than what the medical examiner described. But when the user says that she's a missing person, it had been a month since Celeste was reported missing. And the Discord seems to confirm that she was in the chat because a message was sent saying that the Discord and Twitch staff were not aware of Celeste's true age or the fact that she was a missing person. So we have an account posting pictures that could be Celeste, videos of a girl in disguise that looks similar to Celeste. And then there's Pons. Whether this is him or not, this account accuses David in the Discord of liking children. And the account not only mentions Celeste specifically, but it also posts pictures of her. With all of this taking place in August 2024, just 4 months after she went missing and nearly a year before she was found in a Tesla. This account, Ponzalo, has been linked to the kid mentioned in this footage. So this guy claims to be a friend of the guy that sent him the picture. He claims his friend told him that they were trying to blackmail David, and that's why any of these pictures exist. But the kid also says that the information getting out would ruin David's life because he claimed nothing really happened that day. According to him, the girl lied about her age and told David she was 19. But when he found out she was lying, he just took her back home. Now, obviously, I couldn't just take this at face value. The blackmail kid says David was 20 at the time, but David just turned 20 in March 2025, which would make this meeting long after she went missing. Now, the girl lying about her age is consistent with what the cousin says, because she also states that Celeste lied about her age. It looks like the guy's name that sent the messages is Gonzalo, which is very similar to the guy in the Discord, Ponzalo. And Ponzalo says that he knew about the relationship as of August 2024, so he could have very well been 20. And there's also a video of David cleaning shoes that appear to be the same shoes allegedly worn by Celeste. But of all the people who claim to know about them, the statement from her brother, given on NBC Los Angeles, is the most concrete support that any picture and video of them together is not only real, but proof of a relationship. But what we still don't have is the answer to why she's dead. And at this point, David's music in reference to a romantic homicide starts to look questionable. But it, along with these alleged Discord messages, videos, and pictures, all point to a little girl that runs away from home, leaving one final time with an older man before something bad happened to her. No matter who did it, this is always the worst case scenario when a kid runs away. Being bold enough to put a girl on camera while also trying to hide her face shows the same level of guilt as it does immaturity. Just the way it seemed to play out always spelled that something was going to go wrong. I don't know what happened, but to think that if any of this is true, that means that a famous singer went around appearing on social media with a child that was missing at the time. And not only that, but if this bribery picture is true, and the fact that he had a relationship with a 14-year-old girl, definitely proves that whoever would do something like that must have the maturity level of a child. For him to ever think that something like this will slide by and not be noticed. Even if the girl hadn't come up dead, and she just simply went back home one day, trusting a kid to keep a secret, even if you pay him, is like me sitting a slice of pizza on the floor and not expecting my dog to come and eat it. But those are the facts as of right now. I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, Trav University. I've linked up to your channel.
Whenever it feels like we are making progress towards a society that refuses to
Patrick
fall victim
CC.
to mindless consumption, or we are having honest conversations about how young people can't afford houses or have families, something like Labubu comes around and destroys all faith in humanity. Now, there's nothing wrong with having a collection: music, trading cards, comic books, coins, seashells, whatever brings you joy, especially if you are a child. But something about Labubu feels off. It feels less like a genuine collection and more of a hollow trophy that people convince themselves they need because someone with millions of followers attached it to their purse. It's the illusion of status packaged into an evil-looking doll that proves how easily we're manipulated by major corporations. But the crazy part is, this is not the first time something like this has happened, and we're not even embarrassed to admit that we keep falling for it. And as if the amount of money that people are spending on these things isn't shocking enough, there is real crime and violence breaking out because of these dolls. And once you see just how far people are willing to go for Labubu, you'll understand why this isn't just a dumb toy, it's a symptom of something much worse. Before Labubus became the world's latest big-time collectible, they were just silly sketches made by Kasing Lung. The Hong Kong-born artist spent a lot of his childhood in the Netherlands, becoming infatuated
Hello, Alex Sam. In the game Fallout 76. Hold on.
Sure, take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
In the game Fallout 76, where's the best place to find feral ghouls?
In Fallout 76, some of the best places to find feral ghouls are 1. The Morgantown Airport. This area often has a good number of feral ghouls wandering around. 2. The White Spring Resort. This location has several feral ghouls inside and around the building. 3. The Charleston Capitol Building, a hotspot for feral ghouls, especially on higher difficulty settings. 4. The Charleston Capitol, another great spot for finding feral ghouls, with plenty of them inside the building. These locations are known for having a high concentration of feral ghouls, so you should be able to find them easily there.
Thank you, Alex Sam. Where is the best place to find snallygasters?
You're welcome. For finding snallygasters in Fallout 76, you can check out these locations. 1. The Mire. Snallygasters are commonly found in the Mire region, especially around the areas with swamps and dense forests. 2. The Blackwater Mine. This location can have snallygasters roaming around the area. 3. The Toxic Valley. Snallygasters can also be found in the Toxic Valley region, often near water sources and swampy areas. These spots are known for having snallygasters, so keep an eye out while exploring.
Can you suggest a particular monument for snallygasters? Or POI?
Certainly. A specific point of interest where you can often find snallygasters in Fallout 76 is the Morgantown Airport. This location is known for having a variety of creatures, including snallygasters. The area around the airport, especially near the hangars and surrounding areas, is a good spot to look for them.
Really?
Exploring the Morgantown Airport can give you a decent chance of encountering snallygasters.
Wow.
Good luck.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Probably a good place to get both feral ghouls and snallygasters. Thank you.
You're welcome. That sounds like a great spot for both. Have fun exploring and good luck with your adventures in Fallout 76.
Yes. Thank you.
Anytime. If you have more questions or need help, just let me know. Enjoy the game.
Okay.
Take care and have
with
a great
Nordic
time.
fairy tales, especially the elves that were separated as beings of the dark and of the light. In 2015, Lung decided to make his drawings into a short story for children that he called the Monsters Trilogy, telling a simple story about how a child meets a playful tribe of fictional female elves called the Labubu. That's why I wanted to create something that I've always known existed in my heart, he said in an interview. It's so amazing that so many people love it. Shortly after, he released a handful of toys as an artistic trial run, and his fans absolutely loved it. Many people are surprised to find out that the Labubu characters are supposed to be kind-hearted creatures that are eager to help, only for everything to erupt into chaos following their various funny antics. According to Lung, there are over 100 different characters, each with different backstories and relationships, picking on or bullying each other in innocent ways.
即係咧，樂寶寶其實有好多咁，有百幾隻嘅又係。其實因為我希望有一個角色。
But not everyone interprets Labubu seeming kind-hearted or acting like friendly bullies. For a lot of people, the teeth and sinister smiles really freak them out. I personally find them creepy and have no desire to have any of them for myself, family, or in my home. I don't understand why everyone else thinks it's cute when it's obviously creepy. However, Labubu did create a cult following, which caught the attention of a Beijing-based company called PopMart, a company known for blind box packaging. PopMart and Labubu developed a licensing deal in 2019, and it changed the company forever. Shortly after their partnership was established, 55,000 boxes of the Labubu miniseries were sold out in 9 seconds on PopMart's online shop, and that was over 6 years ago. So the hype surrounding these toys is not new, it's just new to America. And while the company does have some offerings where you can actually choose which one you're going to purchase, it primarily sells blind box figurines now, making up more than 70% of their business. Blind boxes have been around for over 40 years in East Asia. It's just that recently they've become America's largest obsession when it comes to collectible toys. The concept is incredibly simple for businesses to get the consumer excited. On the external packaging, the customer can see a few different Labubus they might get. Maybe you will get the pink one. Maybe you will get the green one. It even tells you the odds of getting them, 1 in 6. But the key is putting the secret one there. It is grayed out, so it is a total mystery. The secret one has a 1 in 72 chance of being in your purchase, and this could be one of the main reasons that is causing younger generations to collect more than they ever have before. In a survey conducted on 21st century collecting around the world, we've discovered that the average young adult spends almost $2,000 a year on collectibles, and that more and more adults who aren't collectors are now considering joining in on these trends, as 90% of collectors have reported that they participate in activities revolving around these collections. People have unpacking events, forums where they share their collections, and sometimes base their entire personality around something like Labubu because it's a way to connect with the outside world. PopMart even opened their first theme park called Popland, where people can come and celebrate their obsession with these blind box products together.
It's just like furries, who cares?
The park reads,
people getting enjoyment out of
something in the same way as a typical theme park, including an adventure playground filled with climbing walls, nets, mazes, and trampolines. Guests can also feel what it's really like to live in the universe through the augmented reality immersions. And naturally, there are also plenty of places to stop to snap photos and videos for social media, which helped make the Labubus the stars they are today. When trying to get to the bottom of what they call the economics of Labubu, the Wall Street Journal teamed up with psychologist David Bosch to describe the impact blind boxes and Labubu have on consumers. To them, a lot of this has to do with the labels showing a secret prize and the human compulsion to complete a set.
One of the things that the brand can do to keep engagement, to encourage consumers to get a little more excitement out of it, is to label the box.
That specific range also creates a set.
It's well-known, well-supported phenomenon that most people, under certain conditions, have a very strong tendency to want to complete a set.
The concept of the blind box has become so popular that thousands of YouTubers have used it as a perceptually fun way to entertain themselves and fans at the same time. A good example would be how Rhett and Link looked for extremely rare toys in a segment of their show, Good Mythical Morning.
Hold on. That was not it. This one's special.
Hold on. I got the 1 in 100.
You got the Robbie! You got the Robbie!
I can't believe, and Robbie came with a drum. What in the world? This is the most fun I've had in years.
You can see that these blind box collectibles have an interesting impact on people. Even if they don't know what the toys are, why they're interesting, special, or even if they don't like the way that they look, once people realize they are rare, they start to attach value that isn't actually there. PopMart and Labubu's business model mostly relies on this. Nothing creates hype more than the illusion of scarcity, the old classic, low supply, high demand. However, what really started this Labubu craze praise was another classic modern-day marketing effort, paying a celebrity to endorse the product. Because just a few months ago, one of the world's most famous K-pop stars, simply known as Lisa, sent the world into a frenzy after she confessed her love for Labubu. Lisa is a Thai singer, rapper, dancer, and actress who became the most followed K-pop idol on Instagram, but she's been seriously climbing the industry ladder since 2016 after joining the girl group Blackpink. By now, K-pop isn't just a genre, it's a full-blown global movement. Streaming has skyrocketed, with Spotify reporting a staggering 362% increase in K-pop streams worldwide over the past 5 years.
Yeah, because they actually have melodies
the top 100
still.
K-pop
We
artists
don't have
globally
it.
amassed a jaw-dropping 90 billion on-demand streams with a 42% growth
I like that song
year-over-year.
Golden a lot.
They've also developed some of the most
Golden is such a fucking good song because it actually has melody. These, like, you don't want to know, like, everybody thinks Tay-Tay is some weird obsession, but no, Tay-Tay just sings with melody. That's something that a lot of people in pop struggle with for some reason. They detune and they auto-tune and they don't always sound so good melodically, but I mean, like, Golden sounds good melodically. If you were to play it on a piano, it would sound so good, it would sound like classical music. And so I don't mind it. You know, I like songs like that are like melodically totally sound. They're, you know, they would work as classical music, you know. Yeah.
die-hard cult-like fans on the internet. Fans will create entire Twitter accounts dedicated to a single idol, posting hundreds of updates a day like unpaid publicists. They'll organize mass streaming parties where thousands of people loop the same song 24/7 just to inflate the chart numbers. Some even spend hours translating interviews, subtitling videos,
That's
and archiving
fame.
every
That's what
second of
fame
a singer's
is.
life.
Yeah.
To outsiders, it looks obsessive. It looks like the musician is at the center of
It
a
is
fan's
obsessive.
entire identity.
It is
and
obsessive.
sometimes they will attack anyone who
It's
criticizes
cringe
them. But to the
obsessive.
fans, it's just loyalty to their favorite star. And Lisa is arguably the most famous of them all. Lisa's been in ads for PlayStation 5, Louis Vuitton, partnered with Bose, and has been a global ambassador for Celine and MAC Cosmetics. So whenever she was asked to share her secret obsession with Vanity Fair's YouTube channel, anything she chose to promote was going to turn into pure gold. And in November of 2024, her obsession of choice was Pop Mart collectibles.
Hi, this is Lisa, and this is my secret obsession. Whoa! This is Pop Mart. It's a blind box, so you don't know what's inside.
Oh, that is cool, though. I do think that is cool. I think that is cool.
How do you get this? This is really rare and
Powerpuff
hard to
Girls.
find. Every collection, they have like the rare one. It's really hard to get. We call them secret. So I always wish that I got secret.
One by one, Lisa unwrapped her blind boxes, getting more and more excited with every new figurine. But what got everyone's attention were the large Labubu she held in each arm. She described the impact Pop Mart had on her friend and how she couldn't stop herself from buying to unlock new characters.
We call her Labubu. Okay? Oh, this is so heavy. Ah, one has a tail, one doesn't. So this, Simomo, and this is
At least it's
Labubu.
its own culture. I like it. I like it.
I just got into Pop Mart like
At least
early
it's its
this
own
year,
culture, like Magic the Gathering. I
and
got no issue with it.
learned about this.
I don't think it's
from
brain rot. I
my-
think it's just
one of my close
interest.
friend in
Interest
Thailand.
isn't bad.
And
Not
when I went
inherently,
to
no.
Thailand, she was like, "Oh, let's go to Pop Mart," and I was like, "What is Pop Mart?" Like,
I would
"What?" And she's
never
like,
ever
"Oh,
buy
it's
one.
Like, you know, it's a sell toys and stuff.
As positive as I am, as I'm glazing it, I'm like, I don't mind it. It sounds good. You know, positive. Blah blah blah. Blah, blah. I would never buy one. I would never ever. Like, you couldn't pay me to buy one. No. So you know, endorsements are endorsements. There might be positive on an impression, but whatever. Buy one? No, because this isn't my style. But I mean, like, is it cool that other people are super into it? Yeah. I had a close friend in the inner circle who grew up down the street. We always call him NT. Neighbor T is what I'll call him. Neighbor T was a wonderful man and still is. And he did a great favor for me one time. He forked over $600 so I could get a deposit to get into an apartment when my girlfriend and I were on the streets. and I fucked it up because she just like couldn't keep control. And you know, it was kind of tragic, and we didn't really ever speak after that. I was like, you know, I took his money and I never paid him back, and it sucks. And I still don't have 600. I've not had $600 since that happened. That was 7 years ago now, but I still haven't had $600 free to give him yet, or I would have. You know, imagine when when my last family member dies and I inherit. I will spend some of the money just paying my friends that I owe them all my life. You know, I think that's kind of how it works for a lot of people my age because we just never had any money. So, but yeah, but anyways, Neighbor T was a big collector guy who liked a few certain very specific things. Like he was an encyclopedic knowledge fount for Mortal Kombat for some reason, although he wasn't very good at video games and didn't play a lot of video games. He loved Mortal Kombat for some reason. He thought it was the coolest thing since sliced bread. He thought it was the coolest IP ever made and still does. And I knew Mortal Kombat, so I would talk about Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 2, Mortal Kombat 3, Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, and Ultimate. I had Mortal Kombat Gold on Dreamcast, and I could just sit there and chatter with him. I like the movie. Movie was pretty good. I like who's your favorite villain? Like Kintaro. Who's your favorite? Like who's the worst guy though? Shang Tsung. And like it just goes on. It's I can sit there and I can go on and fan talk about Mortal Kombat. Now after a couple of hours, I get tired of talking about Mortal Kombat. You know, not even a couple of hours, but you know, if it's entertaining, it could be a couple of hours, but more like 15 minutes. I get tired of talking about Mortal Kombat because I just don't know what the hell. It's a ghoul? Oh no, it's a scavenger. I was like, damn, look how much loot she had. Yeah, and so Mortal Kombat was an interesting obsession of his, but he also was really into McDonald's Monopoly, Beanie Babies, and band shirts. And I'm certain he'll probably retire in great splendor because he bought all the stuff that we loved when we were a kid. Anytime somebody was wearing something, he would buy it or whatever. And they would go to the thrift stores every weekend and they would buy the band shirts that they would see at the thrift store and stuff. And he did end up with a whole lot of really good band shirts because people die and they just pass on their stuff. It's insane. So they were always scouting. Him and his mother would always scout, like, you know, he was autistic and he hung out with his mother a lot. He wasn't a Norman Bates type, but he definitely was like kind of like an autistic, like loner type. But he had a lot of good friends, and I was one of them. And you know, and they were wonderful people, and I took care of his mother as a personal caretaker for 4 years one time, and it was very good income. And she didn't want me. They were hoarders. She didn't want me interfering or telling the state about her hoarding, so she paid me an income to stay out of her business, which was actually really good. You know, that really helped me pursue my WoW career for a couple of years, because I'd had it for 4 years there. I was working part time as a personal caretaker, but I was pulling a full salary just to be on call because I lived 3 blocks away, which was perfect. And they were like, no, you're on call for 3 blocks, and we might even need you, which they did. They needed me all the time. But I didn't have to do it every day. There would be many days, many weeks where I just wouldn't even have to see them or do anything. It was wonderful. And but there was times when they need me and I would just show up and do whatever they needed. Like in the winter, they had a business that they ran, shoveling people's sidewalks because they had free storage at the local place because of a family connection. So they could store a plow in the winter. So they stored a plow and during the winter they would have me and him go down. He was one of my best friends. He and I would go down in the mornings at like 5 a.m. and plow people's sidewalks and shovel and stuff. And you get really good money for that. People pay you pretty good money for that. And so, you know, they would do lots of, they didn't want to work full time. They didn't like working. So they did all these side hustles like this. And he taught me a whole bunch of them. And I know a whole lot of them. The problem is they're almost as much work as working full time, but at least you don't have a boss, you know? No one fires you if you get drunk the night before and don't show up or whatever, that kind of thing. But I do, so I do chase jobs like that because they influenced me a great deal like that. I took a final job as a taxi driver / Uber driver because you can't ever really get fired from that. You're your own boss most of the time, at least if you work the right way. So, and anyways, so he, neighbor T was obsessed with Beanie Babies. And we used to drive him all over the city to all the places. There would be McDonald's and Burger Kings and all types of crazy places like thrift stores and places that you wouldn't think would have Beanie Babies. So he would have a Scout, and he had a Beanie Baby obsession. He would talk about it all day. He'd be like, "There's this new Beanie Baby that came out, and it's like, it's cool, buddy, but I just don't care about Mortal Kombat or Beanie Babies that much. But I appreciate your joy and your fervor because I live vicariously through it, and I like watching you get a big smile on your face when you see a Mortal Kombat figurine or something like that." So collectors in and of themselves don't bother me, and I grew up around a really avid hoarder collector guy who did teach me like a lot about Mortal Kombat and Beanie Babies, and that's okay. Just, you know, so but he was always saddened because he couldn't get me to buy a Beanie Baby or a Mortal Kombat thing. Or go to the thrift store. I was very difficult to go to the thrift store with. Not difficult, excuse me, but I would just disappear into the clothes, and I would try to find the best clothes there that a raver could get from the thrift store, which takes a lot of time. You got to go through all the racks and all the male things, looking at pants and shirts and stuff. And you got to do it a lot. You got to go down there like every Friday and Saturday. But if you want to look dope as fuck, like you're fresh out of the club scene without paying thousands of dollars, you have to go to the thrift store Friday and Saturday. That's what that song Thrift Shop is actually about. Is if you want to look dope and fresh like that rapper did or whatever. Can't remember his name. Macklemore, I think. If you want to look dope and fresh like he did, I don't like Macklemore and I don't like his music or his lyrics, and that song was like a hemorrhoid. But you couldn't say that he didn't know how to dress right. He did. And the thrift shop thing I actually got along with quite a while. The themology I was totally welcome with. It's just the song was like a hemorrhoid. It played way too much. Hey, somebody bought the sun mask. Nice, yeah, sweet. So yeah, so that's all I say about this. Is just having grown up with an avid Beanie Baby fan, I understand the fervor and I understand how much positivity and how much time it takes in their lives. And you know what? My friend Neighbor T, he never did drink. He never did do drugs. He never did fuck around. He never did any crime or anything like that. His pure joy and what he spent his time on was little obsessions. Like he liked death websites, you know, he liked the steak and cheese websites like Totsi and stuff. He liked Mortal Kombat. He liked Beanie Babies, and he liked horror movies was his other major thing. And he had every VHS and every DVD of every crappy horror movie that you've never seen. And he showed me, so still to this day, my favorite horror series is still Feast 1 through 3. I never would have seen Feast 1 through 3 if it hadn't been for him. And he introduced me to Tromo, and I don't know if you know what Tromo is, but Tromo is like, I think I'm saying it right. Is it Tromo? Yeah, I think it is. It's a form of really, really like excessively violent, gory, terrible movies that bathe in blood. And I think my favorite kill in Feast 3 was they ran a motorcycle up the side of a toddler's face. And that sounds disgusting, but when you see it, you just laugh because it's just fucking crazy. It's like weird because they're real movies with real people. But then the crazy action scenes when the horror movie stuff sets off, which is almost constantly. The whole thing is just horror movie dismemberment pretty much. Feast 1 through 3 will change you. Feast 1 is a really weird movie that plays out kind of like Battle Royale. Battle Royale is kind of a Feast type movie. Yeah, Battle Royale is probably the closest thing I've ever seen to Feast 1. Feast 1 is like a Battle Royale where they have video game characters who are all killing each other inside of a house. That's what Feast 1 is. You know, Feast 3 is like they're out in the desert and then there's all this crazy shit going on, and they run like motorcycle stunts up the side of toddlers' faces, and they stab like vaginas have teeth, and there's like there's all this gratuitous sex and violence in it, but it's a horror movie. Who cares? You watch it and you're like, there's no plot. There's nobody talking to each other. There's just savage dismemberment and just crazy, cheesy, hilarious shit going on all the fucking time. And I love the Feast films, and I wouldn't have ever seen them without my friend Neighbor T. But watching the Feast films definitely screwed me up. Like, watching them screwed me up, just like all those death websites and all the stuff that my other friends watched. Watching that stuff screwed me up and desensitized me, so I don't ever touch that kind of horror anymore at all. My ex, she had me watch one recently called Martyrs, And Martyrs was so fucking good, but that was an example of tromo, torture, BDSM stuff in a horror movie with a crazy, crazy sci-fi plot that blows your mind. Probably as deep as any M. Night Shyamalan shit. And it's, I think, Japanese, I think. Yeah, I believe Martyrs was either South Korean or Japanese, something like that. That's the closest movie to Feast that I've seen recently. But Feast was kind of mindfucky too. And you know, so in those movies, you would never ever see them in a movie theater. You'll never ever see them on television. You would have to go buy them on VHS or DVD, and like maybe I'm sure they had a limited run out in the theaters and stuff. But if you didn't see them then you're probably never ever going to see them ever again. They wouldn't ever be on television. They can't show Feast on television. It would mostly just be this blacked out it would just be a black screen of censorship for most of the time, because Feast is based around bloody, terrible gore that's on the screen and accessible. You're like, wow, that guy just got blown apart by a shotgun, you know? And you would think that kind of violence, and they call this NC-17. And yeah, my friend, he really liked NC-17 movies because he's the most doldrum guy you will ever meet normally. Yeah, he's just a normal nerd. Then he's totally normal. He works on zombie movies and stuff like this. He's a nerd. And he likes NC-17 movies. I don't blame him. They're fucking entertaining. I would never do it all the time because I think it warps you. But they are entertaining. I will say I've never seen an NC-17 movie that doesn't ever since Flamingos by John Waters and stuff. NC-17 is fascinating. You'll see people eat shit and stuff like this. Yeah, you'll see like grown fat women eat shit and stuff like this. It's really crazy. No, I don't recommend it. You don't need to go see it. It doesn't mean anything. But I mean, like, you know, but NC-17 has its interesting flair to it where you're like, wow, most movies are actually fucking pansy. They're like fucking pansy. Like real movies, they actually have like gore, and if somebody dies, you can see it, and if there's sex, you can see it, and there probably is full intercourse. It's sort of insane, and it's like, you know, and I do have an appreciation for that, but I don't ever go looking for it. It would have to be exposed to me through a friend or something like that. I would never go rent or buy a movie like that. There was a point where I stopped buying Mortal Kombat and stuff like that, where I'm like, the violence, I really love seeing it on screen, but I know that there's a side of my personality that would like to see more of it, and I don't feed that side of my personality. I don't. Even 76 I consider to be a little bit too violent, even though I love the violence. Dead Island 2, I love the violence in Dead Island 2. I was laughing so hard. Remember, I was just drunk and laughing at these dismemberments as they happened because it was just insane. It was like really kind of foul. It was almost evil. And it was just insane and hilarious. And it was a good game. I love Dead Island 2. But I don't really support the violence. You know, I find it gratuitously really entertaining. You saw me laugh like gratuitously, like just drunken laughter at Dead Island 2 for like 3 days when we played it and stuff. But the problem is, I am not a violent person and I don't support violence, but I actually have no issue with violence or sex on my television screen. I think that's actually a proper place for it. I don't think there's ever a place for it in the real life. But in video games and fucking movies and television, I think it's fine. I think that's actually an appropriate place for violence because it's not real. It's simulated. The only time we should ever have rape or violence or murder or theft or anything like that or scamming and shit should be a plot line in a movie, television show, or video game. That's it. That's the only time we should ever see it in our fucking... We should have this elevated society that just is just too snobby, is doing too well, and has too much, you know, abundance and wealth. I want the society to reach this place where they don't need sex, gratuitous sex or porn or butt sex on porn and stuff like this. They don't need like raunchy shit because they just, you know, because they have good lives, that, you know, and if they do, they want it simulated. I don't want war or violence. I want to simulate it on television. I don't want war. I would prefer some sort of Ender's Game situation where our 12-year-olds or whatever all fight each other in the space battle room to suss out what country gets to decide the tariffs that year or whatever you want to call it this time around. I don't know. But yeah, like, you know, but I would prefer an Ender's Game type situation where we fight buggers as opposed to each other's. You get what I'm saying? Anyways, there we go. Yeah. And so, yeah, and that's all I have to say about Beanie Babies and collectibles and Labubu's and all this stuff. Is I do have appreciation for people who collect, because I think it's actually a very, like, okay, I think, like, for instance, model trains are a very good, sober pastime. Watching the model train, building the model train, painting the little things. Warhammer is a really good pastime if you didn't get sucked into it too badly. Like, Warhammer is a really positive, really good pastime. You paint figurines and then you go fight them in RPGs. That's a great little pastime. Great. I knew tons of wonderful Warhammer nerds in Bonnie Bray card shop in Denver, Colorado. I knew wonderful nerds from there. And who were Warhammer nerds who I really adore. Good personal friends. Some of them used to come over and play PlayStation and shit like this. And, like, you know, and I really miss those guys, but also they shut down the card store. So, and that was like my social life got ruined, essentially. When they shut down the card shop and they made raves illegal and they made drugs illegal, and they, like, you know, and they won't let me get pure drugs in the Walgreens and shit like this. So you have to go down to Cracktown to get your stepped on dope or whatever. I just stopped wanting to leave the house. At that point, Fallout 76 was the only thing left in the world that I enjoyed. Because everything else just puts you in jail, costs too much money, or it's been shut down. Like the car store got shut down. My car store got shut down. Motherfucker, I can still tell you 200 names out of that goddamn car store. I had a good friend named, I'll probably never see him again because the car store shut down. But I had a good friend named Esteban. Motherfucking Esteban, I think he was the best Magic the Gathering player ever born. That motherfucker was so much better than everybody else I even knew in the whole city. He was so much better than anybody at the tournaments. He was insanely good. So, and he had no friends. I know he probably still doesn't have any friends except for me. It's insane. He had no friends because the only thing he could do was play Magic the Gathering. He did it at work. He did it at, you know, I understand this sort of obsession. I have this sort of obsession the way that chess players have it. I can't not play video games either. I totally understood it. His mother didn't understand it. His family didn't understand it. His brother didn't understand it. Nobody understood it. Nobody at the card shop understood it. But that motherfucker, when he was talking to you, you could tell he was thinking about Elspeth. And I would ask him, you're thinking about Elspeth right now, aren't you? And he's like, yes, I am. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll pull the card. I don't remember that well because I'm just not a fucking fanatic like these people are. I'm just not. I play too many things and I got my thumbs in too many pies. I don't care about fucking Elspeth or whatever, but I remember the name. Is that how you spell it? It's Elspeth, right? Yeah, Elspeth is a Scottish. Yeah, there it is. There's the Planeswalker. She's the Planeswalker for white. I love Elspeth. She's so fucking awesome. I bow before Elspeth and I worship her. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's Elspeth. You gain 1 life for each creature you control, and all you have to do is tap 2. Put 3/1 tap 2. Counters. Spend 2 counters. Right, the counters. I forget how you get the counters. You have to pay, I think. But for +2 counter, you can gain 1 life for each creature you control, which is so fucking powerful. So yeah, he used to think about Elspeth. I'd ask him, you think about Elspeth, aren't you? And how to get past the life gain. And he's like, yeah, I'm thinking about Elspeth. Now, I can understand this sort of obsession because I've had this sort of obsession with Magic cards. I've had this sort of obsession with Super Nintendo games. I've had this sort of obsession with like RPGs and PlayStation, Overwatch, World of Warcraft. It just goes on for me. Diablo, fucking, I've had so many obsessions like this kid had for Magic the Gathering. But see, it began and ended with Magic the Gathering for him. It just began and ended. You could tell he was not going to ever think about anything else in this world. Oh, I'm dead over here. How am I dead over here? Fucking dumb. How am I fucking dead over there? Fucking stupid ass piece of shit ass developer. Why? Because of an ice fallow? I aggroed an ice fallow. Fucking stupid. I lost 3K. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not really there for that. So this game, I'm feeling like I'm starting to want to work it out of my system. And I'm just going to voluntarily log off it today. I love this game, but it's just too old, and it just doesn't respect you. It fucks you when you're AFK almost every single fucking time. It just does. It fucks you. You go AFK, you're like, okay, I don't know. I'm not, you know. I don't even hear them attack me anymore because it's just such a long form game. I mean, I don't know. I enjoy this game. I guess I just go back to Mithril or whatever and spend the money on items that'll make me feel better or whatever. Or no, I have stuff to sell, huh? Not really. Yeah, so so yeah, my friend Esteban, and he would constantly win tournaments and stuff, and he would talk to me about the other card shops in the city and what other tournaments they had, and how he would do different Friday Night Magics every month at different places and all this. You begin to understand is somebody with a full-blown addiction that's worse than my meth addiction or my WoW addiction, because it begins and ends with just that for him. Like, you know, I had so many addictions. I'm addicted to women. I'm addicted to drugs. I'm addicted to alcohol. I was addicted to tobacco for 27 years. Addicted to video games, hardcore. Addicted to WoW. Addicted to meth. Addicted to heroin. Addicted to like porn. Addicted to sex. Addicted to poverty. Addicted to living on the streets and not paying any money for anything. Like just addictions to poverty, pretty much like almost vows of poverty and shit like this. And so I understand it when I see addictions in my fellow man. That's something that I'm really more of a before rehab friend, right? So yeah, so my poor friend Esteban's addiction with magic, I've never seen anything more all-encompassing than that. He's probably better now, but it probably took him 10 years, you know? And so, and it's been 10 years since I've seen him. And like, you know, but he was a close friend. He was a good friend, you know, and he understood it like I understood it. He was like, I've never met anybody else like you. And I was like, I've never met anybody else like you. Like, you know, like not like in a let's kiss sort of thing. It was like kind of like fascinating, like, wow, somebody else with as deep of an obsession over something as me. And he's like, I've never seen somebody more obsessed with this game than me than you. And I was like, yeah, and I've never seen somebody more dedicated to this than how dedicated I was to World of Warcraft. And he was like, oh, is that a good game? And I was like, no. I was like, is Magic a good game? And he was like, no. And I was like, why do you play it all the time? And he said, because it's so fucking fun. And I was like, yeah, I know. That's how WoW is. It's fucking stupid. It's a really fun game for how little you actually do. I don't know, you don't really do anything in WoW, kind of. It's sort of, I mean, you kill things, but I mean, like, overall, that's pretty much all it is. It's just kill things. So it's just sort of mindless. And yeah, for how mindless it is, I'm surprised it took me over as much as it did. So yeah, so I tend to be very sympathetic to people like that who have obsessions with people like with things like Labubu, because my friend Neighbor T, he used to make me drive him all over the city of Denver to go get figurines. You know, what are they called? Beanie Babies. I love daisy cutters for all those zombies. Damn, I've been like running across this game, just having fun, supplying content, whatever. Here we go. I'm gonna go back to it now. Labubu.
And then I went with them, and I was like, to be honest,
today's the first I've heard of Labubu.
I was like, no, I'm not gonna spend.
I've heard of it before, but I didn't know what it was.
And then they came out, and they were like, oh my god, like the one that I want, like.
See,
so
you make fun of this.
So hard to get. I was like.
So like, there's been a funny phrase that I've been bumping around in my head a lot, like in the last couple of days, which is that politics are like showbiz for ugly people, right? So collecting is like drugs for sober people. And that's how you should view Labubus. And it is a good pastime. It is. It's collecting is like drugs for sober people. Do you guys get it? That's why video game players, they don't like drugs. A lot of them don't like drugs. Some of us do. A lot of gamers really don't like drugs. I don't know if you were aware of that, but some gamers really despise drugs because they stay sober all the time so they can use their brain to play MMOs and RPGs and stuff like Dungeons and Dragons, and they disrespect drugs. My friend Begon's like that. You know, it actually is a really common thing. I get it more often than I do people who think it's cool to smoke weed. So like gamers, they sort of shame druggies because they think that you should be using your mind on nerd pursuits, and they're right. But I mean, like, I don't think my drugs affected my nerd pursuits at all. I don't think so at all. Not in any way. I don't think negatively at all. So, you know, but it's weird. So collecting, to me, a good way to look at collecting is it's sort of, my mother does it. It's like doing drugs but for sober people. It's like sober people doing drugs. They're spending their money on something that they shouldn't spend their money on. That the value of it is only there because they think the value of it is there, like drugs. And and that's okay. It's like drugs for sober people. I get it, and I will never ever shame it. No, not as long as they don't rape or kill or murder each other or steal or scam each other to do it, or raise the prices too high, which is what they do. They raise the prices too high. Like I remember a freestyle rap I saw from that guy in New York that's getting famous for showing all the freestyle talent in the neighborhood around him. And there's like this kid who just waxed intellectual freestyle about the fucking Pokemon cards and how expensive they've got. And that's the other reason why I don't do Magic the Gathering anymore. You know, my friend Esteban, he also really liked Hearthstone, and he was absolutely down to come play some Hearthstone with me, which was very hard to get other people to do. And he was like, I love Hearthstone because they don't charge you anything. And I was like, I know. And he was like, do you know how much money I'm spending on Magic the Gathering? It's all my money. He used to tell me, he used to be like, dude, you got to buy me a coffee. I need a coffee to stay awake. I got to keep playing Magic the Gathering, but you got to buy me a coffee. And I was like, why can't you buy a coffee? I'm poor. I live on the streets. And he's like, no, buy me a coffee, man. I spend all of my money on Magic the Gathering, all of it. And I know he's not kidding. He's not kidding. No, Magic is so fucking expensive. It's one of the reasons why I quit. I full-blown quit. I was like, nah, I can't do this hobby. I would have to be in entertainment or something, making entertainment money to be able to be as obsessed with this game as I actually am. I am obsessed with Magic. I can remember most of the cards and most of the sets. I'm obsessed with Magic just as bad as him. But I won't ever touch it again because it's hundreds of dollars to even touch it. Okay, to me, in order to play Magic the Gathering, you have to have 4 Shrines of Nyx. I can go ask, Alex Sam. Hey, Alex Sam, if I were to go buy 4 copies of Shrine of Nyx today off of singles websites for Magic the Gathering, how much would it be on average for all 4 for total? No, you know, I think I want to ask the, I want to ask the, stop and, hey, Alex Sam, how much is it to buy 4 Shrines of Nyx?
The price for Shrine of Nyx is one of the more game popular cards in the game. On average, a single copy might cost between $20 to $30 total, depending on the condition and where...
There it is, and that's my conclusion too. I was going to say $25, but I didn't know. That's what I paid. Okay, so understand, if you want to play in Standard, you have to have 4 Shrines of Nyx if you want to do half the decks or whatever, because they're all counter decks. They're all ramp decks. They need major Buku mana, and you just don't have that anywhere else but Shrines of Nyx. I used to win Standards because I was solo mono green. I was solo mono green stomp Hydras. Solo mono green stomp Hydra stomp. It's, you know, it's Hydra trample, excuse me. Hydra trample deck. And yeah, I ran, yes, this is a 36 Hydra ramped up turn 4. Turn 4. You know, I would have like a 36 Hydra. It swings. It hits something. Doesn't matter. The tramples, whatever. It tramples 16 damage. You're done in the next turn if you're not dead already. And I would win tournaments with this. But I mean, so, and I figured out how I could do that very cheaply. I was like, so I could buy these 4 Mistcutter Hydras, these 4 Shrines to Nyx, a Planeswalker or 2, and you know, and so and such. And I was like, so you're telling me, and I would talk to Esteban about this, you're telling me the entry is about $750 and I can do it piecemeal, slowly, part by part, as I play Standard? And he was like, yeah, for about $700 you could probably get in. And I was like, Jesus Christ, I shouldn't play this game, should I? And he was like, do you have $700? And I was like, no, do you? And he was like, no, I don't have $700 either. And I was like, motherfucker, we should not play this game. We should play Hearthstone. It's free. I still feel that way. I also I think Hearthstone was able to do more interesting things than what MTG was able to do with stuff like Commander and stuff like that. I think Battlegrounds is more superior. You know, I saw a girl my age looking for a Hearthstone Battlegrounds partner. And I thought about that for a little bit. I was like, I don't think I could base a relationship on that, so I'm not going to say yes. But I mean, like, I thought about it for a bit. I was like, I really do love Hearthstone Battlegrounds, and I would love to have a co-op partner for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. That would be amazing. Battlegrounds is so good. It's an 8-person card game. It's an 8-person round robin card game where everybody gets their turns and everybody fights each other. And at the end, whoever's still standing from the least amount of damage left from what cards are left after they've lost is like what eats your hand. I love Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Yeah, I could see building a relationship around it. It's insane. That's how deep the game is. So, but I mean, Hearthstone Battlegrounds doesn't cost you anything unless you want to spend money on it. You can easily play it for free forever. Absolutely. Magic the Gathering costs you, like, if you want to go into standard with some possibility of actually winning and earning cards and earning like respect, you know, you must spend money. Probably $300, probably at the very least, and it's probably more like $750. And I watched it break everybody. Every kid that came in there, they were like, "Oh, I just spent $750 on my dragon deck or my sliver deck or my fucking, you know, or whatever." And it's like, yeah, me too, man. I just bought Hydras. Hydras are $20 a pop if you don't pull them out of the boosters anyway. So I started winning Friday Night Magics just on principle, so I didn't have to buy booster packs because you need expensive ass cards, motherfucker, all the time. So yes, I understand people that like Labubu. I get it, because, and especially Magic the Gathering nerds, they don't tend to like drugs much either. Maybe they drink or something like that, but they like their brains because they need to calculate what 32 divided by 6 on a 4 coefficient on across 5 cards, calculated on a spread of 16 cards with a divisor of 4. And they need to be able to do that math. I'm not kidding. That's what the math is like. They need to be able to do that math quickly because the rounds do end. You know, the opponent can't flip a clock and be like, you can't take this any longer, you know? So yeah, and some of the math coefficients in Magic the Gathering can be fucking insane. If you've ever played Commander, you would know Commander is like 400 cards or something like that, and they can all be, you can stack up like 60 mana. So yeah, some of the math gets fucking crazy. It's like 19,240 divided by a subset of 8 cards divided out by 4. Let me get a calculator, and it's like 290, or I say it's like 2,900. I don't even know. It's like, you know, it's 2,900 damage divided between 4 targets. These 16 are immune. Those 4 are going to take it, but they're going to mitigate and all this crazy shit. And you're like, and that's how bad the math gets. And they're like, your health bar is 490. You took 370 of it, you know, and that shit, Commander is fucking insane. And that is deep. That shit is deep. It's really, really genuinely deep. But I mean, it's still not as deep as Hearthstone Battlegrounds. So I don't really know why you would dump all that money into getting all those cards. Commander is your reward for sticking with Magic the Gathering. Being good at Commander is your reward for not giving up on how expensive Magic the Gathering actually is, you know? It's one of the more expensive hobbies you can ever have. So is Yu-Gi-Oh! So is like trade card games. Yeah, like I think Labubu, frankly, is a little bit more honest than trading card games is, because at least there's not this addictive ass game connected to it that gets you to play with that character, that gets you so fucking elementally like bonded to Elspeth that you end up buying 5 Elspeths at $30 a pop. You know, like the mints and the 4 normals, and putting them in plastic and shit, and then buying 4 more so that you can use in the actual Friday Night Magics and stuff. The rest of them sit in plastic and stuff like that. And you look up and you bought 12 Elspeths in your life, kind of like Skyrim or something like that. And I know people like that who have done that. So like I understand like how expensive these hobbies can be. So I think, as you know, okay, what are nerds? They're supposed to be intelligent. Smart man doesn't do that to themselves, and you know, so whatever. So yeah, some of them have the girl repellent in the background. It's because they did blow $100,000 on all those video games. That's why they use the girl repellent in their background. It's because they did spend so much money. I think a smart nerd doesn't really spend their money like that. I wish I had kept the games that I just bought for $15 because I could retire off that. But no, I had to flip them all just to buy a new game, you know? And so yeah, I was stupider than them. But in the same way, I didn't blow all that money on Pokemon. I didn't blow all that money on Pogs. I didn't blow that much money on Magic the Gathering. I won all my games. You know, I think in my lifetime, I've spent $1,100 on Magic the Gathering or something over a 30-year period. That's not that much. That's like $100 a year or something like that. That's not that much. You know, that's like maybe a couple of boosters in a standard deck every couple of months or whatever, if you really average, if you look at the average. But I mean, I was doing it in bulk, and when I would just rejoin Magic, I would just dump out $400 or something like that. I would get a paycheck. I would be like, oh, I know how happy I would be if I had a new Magic the Gathering deck and a binder again. So I go get another binder. Like, when I quit Magic the last time, I told my friend Esteban, I was like, I'm never going to play this game ever again. I know I'm not. I probably never play this game ever again. He was like, you're selling your binder? And I was like, yeah, I'm never going to play this game ever again because I can't shell out $25 every time I want something. This is not an ethos that I can appreciate. Video games have me that bad. I pay video game. I buy every video game that comes out. I was like, I already buy every video game that comes out. I can't buy every Magic the Gathering card that comes out. I can't buy Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy VII. Like, let's go look at how, I haven't done this. I've been meaning to do this on my stream. But let's go look at the artwork of Final Fantasy VII and Magic the Gathering. We haven't looked at this yet. Final Fantasy VII in MTG artwork display, or like whatever, like artwork display or whatever. The artwork, right? I want to see the artwork of, I want to see moving pictures of like Final Fantasy VII and MTG, the MagicCon art panel. Here we go. Lightning! See, I'm such a nerd like this, but I can't afford this stuff, so I just don't do it. I'm like, smart nerd doesn't do it. Smart nerd doesn't get taken financially advantage of by other nerds, I'm sorry, but I do believe this, Oh my god. 3 Final Fantasy uncommons. You should keep it.
Here are 3 Final Fantasy uncommons that are worth putting in your decks. First is Freya Crescent.
Freya Crescent! I fucking love Freya! I love Freya with all my heart and soul. She's almost my favorite. Her cell phone theme was my cell phone ring for 17 years. I love Freya Crescent. I want this Magic card.
Flying on your turn and can tap for red.
Freya has jump. Yeah, it should have been jump. It should have been jump, not flying, but okay.
And I to cast equipment.
Oh, it is jump. I'm sorry, it is jump. Yeah, Freya has jump. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Freya works in the Magic the Gathering world. She does.
Working as a Llanowar.
Everything works in the Magic the Gathering world. You just use your imagination. Llanowar elves. Hells yeah.
Deck types, which is no joke on its own.
Yeah, it's the same guy who did Llanowar elves. You can see it. Oh my god, I love that artwork.
On top of that, it holds equipment really well since it has flying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to put on the music. I'm having like one of those moments, where it's like I love Freya's theme. Even her music was like some of the best content we ever got out of video games. I'm serious. Even her music was. I love this picture. If I were to ever get a tattoo, it would be of this. This is the tattoo I would get. It's Freya with the goddamn spear down for the fucking fascists that have been destroying my planet. I'm coming for you, fascists. That's me. I'm Freya with the fucking spear, and I'm gonna jump over your fucking head, and I'm gonna stab you with your fucking piece of shit Charlie Kirk neck, you fucking fascists. Fuck you. Dragoon! I'm truly a dragoon at heart. I don't play the class, but I'm a dragoon at heart. I keep dragons, and I'll stab you with my fucking spear if you try to kill my planet and my world and my server or my realm with your fucking fascism and war. I'll fucking stab you, bitch. With my mind. My mind spear. So anyway, Freya.
A great card for most equipment decks that run red. Next,
Freya has her own world almost.
It's Fang, a 3-cost 2
Fang.
3 that makes it so
Fearless, let's see.
In your graveyard, you draw a card and lose a life. Although that is limited to once per turn. This is a super cool draw piece for any deck that's looking to use its graveyard as a resource, especially decks that do it often by reanimating things or exiling cards as a cost. This card will let you fill your hand while you use resources from your graveyard, which is super cool for a bunch of decks. Next is Realm Sketching, a
Realm. I love Realm. Realm. I love Realm.
That lets you copy any artifact, creature, or land. While some of the best creature clones out there cost just 2 mana, a lot of the more standard ones...
Fuck, I should play the Final Fantasy remake with full voice. I wonder if there is one. Final Fantasy 9 full voice. Full voice remaster. Is there one? No, full voice. Ooh, remake.
The NVIDIA leak happened almost 2 years ago now. Just about every
Oh, it's
game
Ivalice
from
Chronicles. No, we knew this was coming. We knew this was coming up. Oh, it's a fan-made 9 remake. Yeah, I want a 9 remake with full voice. Yes. Yeah, I want to play 7, I guess. I guess I'll play 7. That's a good enough compromise, yeah.
Now, I may have replaced all of the textures, the
Oh,
soundtrack,
wow.
and even the gameplay and combat, but unlike Final Fantasy VII Remake, this
Oh,
still
wow.
feels very much like the classic game. FF7 is possibly one of the most moddy games of all time, and over the years the community has really taken things to a whole new level. Pretty good now. However, it's that time in the video made for the...
It's me. I'm home.
Hey Nanaki, I see you're back in one piece.
Echo S7 is a fan-made voice mod that adds voice acting to the entire game. I'm not just talking about the main characters, although they are done too. I'm talking about every line of dialogue.
Full
that is
voice
spoken.
Final Fantasy
It has
7.
now
I wanted.
got
A
voice
real 7 remake, bitch. Not that terrible shit Square Enix did and fucking raped their own corpse.
line recorded for it.
We can all thank someone.
This was a real game. This game was so good.
Here for what happened to North Corral.
I don't want to play it again though. I know I don't. I don't have the time for it. It's just not the kind of game I play anymore. It's unfortunate. Things have changed. I don't want to go back to my Final Fantasy VII childhood. It was good enough childhood the first time. I don't want to relive it. I don't live in motherfucking nostalgia land. I like nostalgia. It's a fun emotion to visit, like I just did. Cried to Freya's theme and saw the nice Final Fantasy magic cards and stuff. But I don't want any of it. I don't need to live in Magic the Gathering or Final Fantasy anymore. Or Realm or Phantasmal Image or any of that stuff. I don't need any of this stuff anymore. It's unfortunate, but it's true. So let's go learn more about Labubu.
They, showed me a bunch of stuff, and as soon as I got them, I go crazy. Like, I spent all of my money.
What's really sad is that people couldn't tell that this entire video is just one large paid advertisement, but it worked. After the seal of approval from Lisa, Pop Mart's share price has grown by almost 600% in just 1 year. Somehow, this creepy-looking figurine with confusing appeal has managed to enter
this
the hearts
happens
and minds of
sometimes.
some of the richest celebrities.
So I think about this sometimes. I was like, so at some point in the world's history, chess was just this thing that a nerd played by himself in the corner or probably in the tavern or something like that. And if nobody had picked it up, if nobody had ever done the whole Labubu thing, it'd be like, chess is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and I want to spread it across the world like a virus, like the AIDS virus or something, right? If nobody had ever Labubu'd chess, we wouldn't have chess. So I think Labubu's good. I think it's good when it happens. It indicates that there is quality and that there is something there. It's good when it does happen because it's like people take pure joy in it, and it is deep and it is good, and it's cool. And collectors get to spend their time, their time and their sober, productive thought on it. They're not drinking or doing anything with their off time with this. They're collecting. They're going to like places and buying Labubus and shit like this, and they're getting out of the house, and that's good. It's good in a sedentary culture like this. I'm gonna lay down some turrets in this place just so I can get the daily, I think it's actually weekly done. Somebody else's turrets are here. God damn it, why are these in the air? Are they mine? I don't know. I don't think it matters. Okay, we're gonna go put down some defense here. Some cheap turrets. Artillery piece requires power. I'm not gonna wire this place up for power. I'm just going to put down machine gun turrets. Yeah, and get some nice credit. There was the daily, or weekly. And there we go. So, weekly is collect any flavor of Nuka-Cola. I can run through them all buying different Nuka-Colas, I suppose. Maybe I should go to Nuka-Colaville. Scrap junk to produce claw, destroy robots, scrap a pipe gun. I know where to go to destroy robots. Let's go destroy robots. That's a fun one. We'll go to Robco Research. Okay, more Labubu.
All around the world. Korean artist V was seen walking around with Labubu in Seoul. Rapper Central C and Dua Lipa have been seen with theirs attached to bags. Kim Kardashian posted an entire collection of them on Instagram. And Madonna received a Labubu birthday cake that is quite frankly one of the most terrifying looking things on the planet. And if celebrities aren't the ones purchasing Labubus for themselves, they're receiving them as gifts from friends or family members. Like how football legend David Beckham posted an image of an apparently rare find that he received from his daughter. These celebrity advertisements have been one of the key driving forces for Labubu's current obsession, and I feel like we must address the elephant in the room about how this thing looks incredibly evil. The sharp teeth, the unsettling grin, the slightly furrowing eyebrows. You can't help but notice this toy has a slightly demonic feel. No wonder why these Hollywood elites love this toy. It represents them perfectly. Celebrities have always mastered the art of appearing glamorous enough to worship but approachable enough to trust. They present themselves as icons of beauty and innocence, while behind the scenes they're laughing, squeezing every last dollar from the people who idolize them. Labubu is just the perfect prop for that illusion. A sinister little mascot hiding in plain sight, smiling.
Oh, the cars killed him when no, he powered down.
Platforms, everyone and their mother has an unboxing video for Pop Mart's new favorite product, picking them up from one of the company's 500 plus stores or 2,000 plus vending machines around the world, eager to record themselves unboxing one for the first or 300th time.
Right. Here we go. Y'all ready for this?
I love those. That's my favorite mob in the game. He blows up afterwards always, so.
It's him! He's gorgeous! Oh my god! Can you believe?
The doll seemingly is no longer about whether you actually like the thing, it's about proving you belong to the exclusive club of people who have one. The doll itself is meaningless, but the association is priceless. People have convinced themselves that having one signals wealth and exclusivity, even if all they did was pay retail price for a hunk of vinyl.
I am the owner of the famous 24-karat gold Labubu.
And of course, now many buyers are trying to justify their purchase by saying it'll be worth more someday. But if history has taught us anything, it's that collectibles rarely pay off like people think they will. If you look back at your childhood, odds are you collected a little something. Maybe you did it because you loved it, or maybe you did it because everyone else was doing it. But ultimately, it didn't matter because it was just part of growing up. For me, it was Pokemon cards, WWE wrestlers, and Hot Wheels. For others, it could have been lunchboxes, Barbies, Beyblades, rocks, or literally anything else. But now, collectors have become sellers. Collections are no longer to express their admiration for a passion or interest, but to auction them off for hundreds, thousands, or maybe even millions of dollars. They see collections as an investment, a way to get rich quickly. In fact, 40% of so-called collectors have openly expressed how they intend to sell their collections as they increase in value. And of course, there are tons of collections out there that have increased in value over time, but Labubus are pretty new, and they're starting to seem like more of a flash-in-the-pan trend that is reminiscent of Beanie Babies. In the late 1990s, Beanie Babies weren't just plush toys, they were marketed as miniature fortunes in the making. Thai Inc.'s strategy of artificially restricting supply by limiting retail orders and frequently retiring certain models created a frenzy where $5 stuffed animals were believed to become the next gold rush. At the peak of the mania, Beanie Babies accounted for roughly 10% of eBay's sales. We even saw full-grown adults separating Beanie Babies during a divorce. But all those people who hoarded these rare toys were disappointed to find out that they weren't worth anything. It doesn't matter that sellers listed them for thousands of dollars online. Even still to this day, you can find listings for hundreds of thousands of dollars, but things are only worth what someone is actually willing to pay. And the harsh reality was that nobody was buying. Not even the most reckless spenders could be convinced that these toys were rare or valuable. So people ended up selling their Beanie Baby collections for dollars, sometimes even cents at garage sales, which drove the value down even further. What was once perceived as a life-changing investment turned out to be nothing more than overpriced clutter. This is almost a fabric of American culture at this point. You'll see shows like Antiques Roadshow, Pawn Stars, or American Pickers, where people drag out dusty items from their attic and pray they've been sitting on a fortune without even knowing it. The fantasy is irresistible. The idea that some random object you already own could secretly be worth thousands. It's the modern-day lottery ticket, except instead of scratching numbers, you're banking on nostalgia and rarity. But the uncomfortable truth is that most collectibles never hit the jackpot. For every person who sells a first edition comic for 6 figures, there are millions more who are left with boxes of junk that they swore would pay off one day. Even though we're still at the peak of the craze, occasionally you might see videos online where a collector recognizes that they might be spending a little too much money on Labubu's, but then you'll find investment gurus in denial justifying the purchases in the comments. They're actually worth more than $120, so you got lucky. The scary part is, because of the Labubu popularity, we're no longer just talking about overpriced toys, we're talking about an obsession that's bleeding into real life in some very dark ways. Like how parents will give their own children a choice between hundreds of dollars or a Labubu blind box, only for the kid who receives the money to almost break down in tears, even though they end up buying a giant Labubu with the money they were given. Now, to give the kids the benefit of the doubt, they're kids. They don't know the value of money. Of course, they want a toy. However, there is no excuse for the full-grown men who will buy up as many Labubu products as they can in order to resell them to children and other collectors for a much higher rate. And they have the audacity to claim that they're just passionate collectors.
We get a lot of slack on Instagram, but because of how much stock we have, well, you took all our stock, we're collected, and we want the box, and you're triple the price, and this and that. But unfortunately, people don't understand how a business model works, you know?
No. People perfectly understand how the business model works. You try and squat on as much inventory as possible so there's scarcity, and then people have FOMO, so they want to make sure they get it, so they'll pay the extra markup that you just drive the price of the roof.
They came and shopped with me 2 weeks ago, bought Labubus for the kids. Someone stole her Labubu from her bag.
You're kidding.
Yes, at school.
Tough.
And then I speak to my daughter.
Labubu robbery.
My daughter's got 7
Capital
on her name.
punishment
She's
required.
got every generation.
You're stealing off kids.
Bro, it's not normal. Not normal. So yeah, I told her to take all the Labubus.
Unfortunately, it is very normal now. It's super normal now.
When grown adults are exploiting children for profit, it's only a matter of time before the obsession spills into outright theft and violence. In Southern California, a small group of teenagers were suspected of breaking into a warehouse and stealing some inventory. When the Chino SoCal police received a warrant to raid the house the supposed thieves were staying at, they weren't looking for electronics or jewelry. They were searching for about 14 boxes of Labubu.
Oh my god, they were like doing a Labubu robbery. Why not? Because it's like, man, if you can make $1 million off that, why not? Why not? It's smart. Well, that's what I immediately think is like, where can I find a boxes of these? Was actually what I was thinking earlier, like just a few minutes ago. I was like, where would you find boxes of Labubu in the world? Where could I go rob a box of Labubu? Was my casual thought to myself. Ugh. Anyway, so I'm gonna get out of this ship. I'm going to get out of this clone. I'm going to jump to an empty clone. I'm going to come back. I'm going to get in a prospect. No. A retriever. Yeah, I'm going to go out in a retriever, and I'm going to attempt to I'm going to attempt to go to Poshmon with a retriever. Yeah, because who cares? And I'll just try to, like get a full container and leave. Just leave. Whatever system I jump in, just go right to it. Start mining. I'll go out there with a retriever with 2 mining lasers on it. No defense, nothing. No money spent, nothing. Micro warp drive and like 2 lasers. That's all I want on it. Maybe, yeah, like I'm gonna build like a really, really cheap retriever or whatever. Yeah. So I need to go back to Moon 4. I am going to go out to Poshfon today, which isn't something I intend on doing every day, you know, like I used to. I used to want to move to Poshfon because there's such good money out there. But, no, I'm realizing now that most of the time I'd rather be in high sec because you're constantly hunted all the time. So, but once in a while, the risk seems acceptable to me. I make so much goddamn money. I'm about to jump to 10 bill right here. So like spending 30 million when you have 10 billion really doesn't seem that bad, you know? It's just fine, you know? No. Yeah, I want Signet. I think I'm going to Bastock, I guess. Yeah, because I don't want to be in a laggy ass Juno. I am getting in a. You know, I have prospects set up to do this. Yeah, how much are these? 12.5 isn't that much. Do I have a retriever here? What is that sound? I'm like standing on something. And I'm just gonna leave. This was like all the robots I needed. Or not needed, but I wanted. Go back to 76 for free. And we'll turn the music on. Oops, I have to go pee. Turn the music on. I don't know why I muted the music. I should have just turned on the radio. Oh, it's invaders again. So let's do the load into this, and I'll kill the master for a second. I'm just gonna kill this for a second, and I'm gonna do the load in for invaders and try to get some free XP here while I AFK on other games. So here we go. Join the event. There's 13 participants. Let's go. Gotta pee. Be right back. Okay. Now I've killed something, I'll get credit. I'm full-blown invisible for some reason. I got invisibility somehow. I'm not really sure how. Okay, I could go out in a prospect. I forget what this ship is worth. Let's go look. It's set up to do what I want to do. And it is 26 mil, which, yeah, and it's much faster. It gets out, and the fitting is really dirt cheap. It's like Dirty Deeds done dirt cheap. Cladistic Cryperoon, but no procs. I want a procs to come back out. Because yeah, it's like 25 million. How much is a procs again? Those proximity things. Procs. How much are procs? They're like 3.4 million. I want to place a buy order for a whole bunch of these. Place a buy order for 3.21. And I want to buy like 50 or, I don't know, 100 of these. 320. Yeah, I don't ever want to feel like it's, like, yeah, like I don't want to feel like it's ever bad to leave Poshvon, and so I want like an endless supply of procs. So, in the meantime, in my filaments, I believe I do have procs filaments. Yeah, look for procs here. Procs, filament. Give me one of them. And we'll put one in each of these I want to experiment with leaving Poshvon with the loot. I want to see if I can do that. What are these called? There. One in mine. $29 million. Insure it. How much is that? It's 30 mil. So it's 30 mil pop to go out there in a prospect. My thing is if I can make 2 or 3 successful runs with a prospect today, that's like it tripled my money or whatever. And I want to see if I can do that. If I want to see if I can escape with the loot. Or no, I'm sorry. I guess it's not that whether I want to escape with the loot. It's that I want to bank the loot. And then haul it out with that other ship that has a much better chance of getting out. Yeah, so yeah, and I can just go late at night and just haul little 50 million increments out. No, I want to get out with the loot when I have it. And just see if I can do that with a prospect. Because I get left alone out there most of the time. 12.5 isn't that good. 12,500. I don't know how much Bez that is. It's not too good. No, the venture is the best way to do this. No, well, yeah, like a venture. No, see, the venture is the bad way to do this. It's like prospect, going over and over and over and just dumping in station. Every 5 or 6 loads, you get what is that, like 50 million or something? Like Bez is not as good as it used to be. So, yeah, I go out there with a prox. I put it in, what do? I go out, like, I need a hauler that is less expensive. Yeah, Venture Miasmos is the best way to do this. Looking at my personal assets, let's see if we have some Miasmos out there. I just never exit with the loot. I think that's the real problem. I have blueprints. I have Polished Found Miasmos right here. The best way to do this is low risk and daily, like, loads out. Like, if I get into Miasmos, I forget what the mining hold is. It's 63 plus, 63,000 essentially. 63,000 is about 50 mil. So if I can fill, so my thing is I was going to haul out, but really what I should do is haul 12.5, like I should just dock up all the time with 12,005, which takes a little while to fill, so I won't feel like I'm constantly harassed. And let's see how long there's several ways to do it. You can take a Miasmos out there and try to pick up the thing off the belt, but then you get popped. So I don't know. I guess the best way would be to fill Venture 10 times. Venture Miasmos, and I was hauling a lot of ore out of there. It was producing money, but it still requires more of my attention and risk than I want to do. And I think I want to decline this activity. If I felt like I could sell the ore out there, I would do this more. Like, let's look at my current market orders. Yeah, I am selling Bez out there. They won't buy it. I don't think they will. So it's like fucking annoying. Let's just cancel this order. I can't keep boosters in. I could haul ice out. Maybe somebody ganks me. I don't know. I could haul ice. I could go faction warfare and try to run heavies. No, lights. I have a lot of Tristan sitting here. Let's do that. I'll go out to faction warfare. Who do I fight for? Go into experts. I'm sorry. Go into interactions. My lowest is Amar or Mimitar. I'm currently working on Amar, but Mimitar. So I want to sign up under Mimitar, which I've never done before. Or maybe I want to be Caldari. I don't know. Or I've been working on Amar. Let's just do Amar. I've never done Amar. Let's do Amar. 48 systems occupied by Amar Empire. Cannot enlist here. Open faction selection. list with Caldari. Galante. Then there's Amar. Galante. They've got 37, so Galante's doing the worst. Mimitar's got 22. No, Mimitar is the worst. So that I want to go fight for Mimitar. Let's go fight for Mimitar. Oh, this one Mimitar. Cool, let me do it. Cool. This ship is it's been flown before. It's a survivor. Nice. This is a survivor ship. So just gonna double check and make sure I'm out of my Augs and everything's good and hunky dory. Augs. Oh no, wait. If I want LP. I guess I kind of only really want to fight for Caldari. They own 53 systems. Enlistment is ongoing. Enlist me. Well, now that I'm not in that other corp, I can just go do faction warfare at will, which is good. So now we'll look at the faction warfare map. Looking like I want to do lights in a low. That's a front line. That's a command op, rear guard, command op, front line, Alparina, front line. So I want to go to front line, 9.5% contested, 33.5, 12.4. 93.5 is Renalra. Caldari is 28%. I'm going to ask the AI a question. Hello, Alex Sam. In the game EVE Online, if I'm doing faction warfare, how do I find a system where I will be left alone to capture offensively?
In EVE Online, finding a system where you can operate with minimal interference during faction warfare can be challenging.
Yeah.
Here are some tips to help you find a suitable system. 1. Check the warzone control. Look at the warzone map to identify systems with lower activity or less contested areas. 2. Use intel channels. Join the relevant faction warfare channels to gather intel on less populated systems. 3. Look for low traffic systems. Systems with fewer pilots active are often better for solo or small group operations. 4. Avoid high traffic systems. Stay away from systems with high activity or major battles to reduce the risk of interference. Using these strategies can help you find a quieter system for capturing objectives in faction warfare.
Thank you. Excellent answer. If I'm left alone, though. I'm fine. I would like to just jump out of Jeet, honestly. If I'm gonna get trouble, it'll be here, so just leave. And I'll autopilot when I reach the station. Okay, going out and doing something actually risky in EVE Online for once. Oh, did you bomb me out of the invader, though? Did I get the credit? Oh, I don't know. We'll go back in and look one more time at anything I might not have done. Enter game. Now I will go back to Goosterberg and do some goldsmithing. Ancient Vows, is that the one I'm on? No, I'm on Call of the Worm King, which I don't even remember. I don't care. I don't want to do that. Current stage of the Stellar Stairway is complete. I don't know what that means. No, I'm going out to Goosterberg. Got to call my aunt tomorrow. Stupidest thing. Get out of my way. There we go, Goosterberg. Oh my god, I've got 6,000 wood. I need to go upstairs and loot all the thingies too, because they're like auto looting now. Oh my god. I'll never have to repair again. Shattered Maiden might be really good too. Ooh, I like that. I like that one. I like those the best. This mini feaster might be better than what I'm using, but I like the bear and the ninja. It really has an RP feel to it. And this is a gather bunny or whatever, collect from bushes. These are activated, but they're dormant. Like they're all like red light, huh? Oh, that's what you're supposed to do? Okay, I didn't understand their system, but I'm starting to get it. Oh, okay. So you have to like refill their whole thing. Oh, you get XP for this? You do. You get XP for doing this. Nice. How much XP? It's not like showing. It just gave me a level for some reason. I don't really know why. Logging beaver. Maybe it was just a journey. Maybe I passed the journey and it dinged me. Let's go see the journey. Ooh, commissions. Claim. Oh, look, I got all of them, huh? Stellar, Planula, and XP and stuff. Nice. Is that going to be a lot of levels? Ooh, more. Open a total of 10 storage crates. Obtain 200 Sand of Clarity. I like that one. Deplete mood to restore 400 DV power. I wish I'd done that. Well, tomorrow I'll probably be able to do that one. So we'll definitely do that one. Gather any ore. Craft 150 shotgun or sniper rifle ammo. Eliminate 3 light dreamers. Build any 5 pieces of furniture or decor. Craft 30 arrows. So we'll do that one, and I'll go put lights. I was thinking I would put like lights all throughout this. So we have red. Now we're going to do blue. And then finally green. So we're going to do red, blue, green. Oh, well, I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to do green, green, green. Try to make it symmetrical. Oh, right. You need lots of rubber for this. Well, that was 3 of the 5. We can always, yeah, like 2 stories up, we're unlikely to see anything. Or, well, I guess it would be 3 stories up. So I will build a bigger floor here. And I'll build out, yeah, as far as it'll let me. I go up another 1, 2, 3, 4 stories. So yeah, this will just be bigger. I'm gonna build it so fucking big. Because who cares? Yeah, medium is a good setting. You always have really good frame rate. I wonder, you know, I have good frame rate here. I want to see if I can bump it to high and see if it very high is actually the issue. Or I don't know. Like, this seems about right, actually. Everything's on. All these games are running off my drive except for this one. Maintenance on September 23rd. We'll go back and look for any more daily or anything that I might have missed. I like this, but it doesn't look as good as I'm used to. It's weird because I feel like at the end of the day, it's just laggier. I don't know. Maybe we should just try high. I will try high. Yeah, you seem to be loading shaders like that. That's good. Detail should be on high. Vegetation density. Okay, so yeah. Apply. New settings are applied. We'll bomb out and relog. This is such a good game for free. It's such a good game. Okay, we're back and public event campfire tales. See social. We'll join a party here. There we go. And I am. It's weird because my camp got overrun. Yeah, it's currently active. Somebody else's camp is here. He's got a lot of ammo for sale, but I don't need to buy ammo. Oh yeah, Campfire Tales is good. Yeah, I should go to that. Yeah, that's like a free event pretty much. But let's go see what else is left on this. Complete a daily star challenge. Yeah, that'll be a nice daily. I'll get 2,300. That is worth it. Complete 3 daily gold star daily challenges. Collect the robots, pipe gun, scrap a pipe gun, kill a cultist, kill a gulper. We can go do those. So go to this now. I don't want to miss it. Okay. Campfire Tales. Hello? Hello? Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm unmuted. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. I don't know. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. It's the 76 is muted. Here we go. Did I get a gold star? I probably didn't because I got a fucking phone call. No, I didn't. I fucking AFK'd out or I got too far. Damn it. Well, I got my... Wait, I'm here? I didn't get credit for this? I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. In daily op. I'll join him and finish his daily op with him. Radiation rumble. Track and eliminate enemies. Take quest. Oops. Oh, this guy left? He left? Yeah, I'm seeing that I don't want to do this one either. Yeah. Eh. I'm gonna leave this server because I can't use my base. They're a big server. Ooh, most wanted is ending. That's good. Nice. Good timing. Suppressor's walking cane. Let's see what the action's like on it. $416 damage. Oh, this one's 800 though. You didn't count it. Thank you to Anime God for subbing. This is better. Frame rate's better. I think very high is actually really intensive. This is like perfect. What? Yay, buy stuff. Nice, this guy's buying lots and lots of plans. Very good. Keep buying stuff. Yay. Go nuts. Yay. Gonna do invaders here in a minute. Looking around for ghouls, but I'm really not having luck. Some of them are in the monument, but I don't want to go in the monument. Because then you have to navigate to get back out again. And I don't like that part of it because I'm too AFK to do that. I'm learning to just not go in monuments and come back later. Combat's a lot better than it's ever been. It's like smoother. VATS is good. I hope that when they do this newest DLC and expansion and stuff, that it brings a lot of interest back to the game. And I hope they redo DLSS and the frame rate. But like, sorry, not the frame rate, but the frame rate lock. Because right now there's this thing called keyframe interval in their fucking options menu that you can, or sorry, their config thing that you can change, but you can't get unlocked frames with the current copy of 76, which keeps a lot of people away. They come in and they see a 60 frame rate and they're like, no. And Bethesda is so mishandled that they either don't want to, or don't know how, or are too scared, or too lazy, one of the four, to just unlock the frames like they do all their other games and everything that you can just do if you need to. But they don't like unlocked frames. I mean, I don't know why not. This game, this engine's running fine. They obviously had to fix the engine so it'll run frames like that. I don't really know why they don't embrace it. It's stupid. But I mean, like, yeah, whatever. But I'm excited for this new 76 content. They say it's going to be the best thing they ever do for this game. I bet this is the last real time that they, like, do... Let's go run the mall. Somebody's at White Spring Golf Club, which is annoying. I'm gonna go look for feral ghouls. I'm learning that you can go to any monument, it doesn't really matter. Oh, look, people are buying, like, more plans. Maybe this guy told his friend. People are, like, buying all my plans. Nice, do it, please. I'll list more. Yeah, I'm getting feral ghouls. Invaders is up. I'm gonna go in at like 5 or 6 minutes. Damn it. He got the building I was after. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. 3 more. I'm gonna get it. Yay. Yay, there's that. Now I'm gonna spend 3 more minutes. Oops. This was good. I'll go back to my camp now. Oh, maybe I should try and make a new gun now. Or armor. Actually, probably armor first. In Once Human, how do I get, what level is metallic fiber?
In Final Fantasy XI, the metallic fiber is typically used for crafting and is considered a low-level crafting material. It can be gathered.
In Once Human, what is metallic fiber?
Metallic fiber is a type of fiber that contains metallic elements, often used in textiles or materials to add conductivity, strength, or a decorative element. These fibers can be made from various metals like aluminum, silver, or copper, and they are often woven into fabrics or used in composites. Metallic fibers can be found in applications like fashion, automotive, and electronics industries.
Oh good, no camp. You idiot.
No cap, metallic fibers are pretty cool.
No, I'm saying in the game Once Human, where do what POI level do I find metallic fiber?
In Once Human, metallic fiber is typically found in higher level areas or zones with tougher enemies. You might want to check out locations like resource-rich areas or specific POIs, points of interest, that are known for
what
high-tier
level?
crafting materials. Metallic fiber is generally found in mid to high level zones in Once Human. You can often find it in areas that are level 30 and above, especially in resource-rich areas or by defeating tougher enemies. Keep an eye out for specific POIs that are known to have higher tier crafting materials. Happy hunting.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you need any more help, just let me know. Enjoy the game.
Nice. People bought stuff that they wanted. Kill Snallygasters. Came here looking at Mithril. Hello? Uh-huh. Hey, sorry about that. Got another phone call. So I guess I've got to go do some more farming. They say metallic fiber is a higher level thing, which is so annoying. I've got to put all this away. all this charcoal and stuff. I could just go sell it. I mean, I don't know if it matters. Oh, I'm muted, huh? There you go. Oh, I got a new specialization node. I did the last one, I guess. Is this the last one? Oh, I guess it does it cap at 50? I thought it capped at 75 or whatever. I don't know. Ooh, what was that? It was, oh yeah, it was a LSI. Come on, LSI. Come on, baby. Come on, win. Nope. Okay, that's okay. It's okay. It's still good. It's still good. It's still gold. Yeah, that's some good money right there. Well, I'm here. So anomalies. I want to go to the scout. Make sure I don't log out here. I missed another invaders, I think, or something. I think that's everything I want to do. I know where to find robots, so I'm gonna get a little bit more done on that because I have a weekly for robots. Yeah, so we'll go get like 3 to 5 robots. I know where to go get like a few more of those for free. Yeah, because right down from 76, there's robots. Hydropower generator, maximum number of generators +1. Turn crystals into the rare crystal set using the electric furnace. Consume stardust source to craft acid using the electric furnace. I want that. I want Art of Stardust Decay. I want to re-roll this one. Specialization cleaner.
You've been examined.
Where am I now? Oh, somebody bought something, huh? Hey, it's a feral ghoul. I'm looking for robots. Usually there's robots, but I guess not today. His head's rolling. The VATS got better. They did repurpose the VATS quite a bit. Feels like old Fallout, like it should be. I kind of wish Starfield had VATS. I really don't know why they didn't do it. Why can't VATS be your Bethesda thing? What's wrong with that? Your auto aim? I don't mind it. It's a lot better than Grand Theft Auto. Here's an ally quest. Well, that was good. I found a settler ally. 10 out of 10 mimetic specializations. I haven't spent points in a while trying to stack these up, and I don't know what I should buy. Tungsten alloy pickaxes, stardust ingot. Stardust ingot, stardust ore, stardust source. Oh, okay. Stardust ingots. I think I want this mining platform, which is a large amount of it. Maybe this polar expedition, but I don't know what it gives you. Yeah. Wow. But they take tons of mats. I want this one. I hope that didn't screw me. I don't know. Maybe I'll respec. Looking for robots and I didn't get any.